Hello, and welcome to the actual finale, I hope. Unless this takes...
Top of the morning.
At top of the morning. Hopefully this, we finish it this time. I
think we have to. I don't think there's a chance that we don't.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this has to be the end. So... You know, the title's still a little weird to me. Because... This almost implies that this is a trial mainly about Phoenix and how he had like a fall from grace. But that's not what this is about at all.
Well, I guess it was him getting out of his slump.
Yeah, I guess, but
the
still.
The start of this was he was in a slump.
But even then, like...
He got out of it very fast.
Yeah, like, this should be... It's just not the most fitting name is all.
Well, I'll say I'm curious what the Japanese name is, because that only makes sense in English.
Yeah, there might be a translatable...
The Phoenix rises from the ashes. And his name isn't Phoenix in Japanese.
It's true. It's true. Well,
unless Ryuichi is supposed to also be a different word for Suzaku.
No.
But yeah.
No, I don't believe that's the case. Like they did a good job not naming him Dragon Guy Wright.
Dragon Guy, the dragon of understanding.
Yeah.
The thinking dragon.
Thinking dragon. Thinking about dragging these nuts across Edgeworth's face.
Lamau.
Oh. Alright. Little stuffy tonight, unfortunately. The saline solution only helps so much. Alright. February 25th, 9:47 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 2. This is the defendant lobby, alright. There's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth! Knowing you've already figured it out. Yeah. Who the owner of the 777, whatever, ID card number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch after I broke into his safe and his office. Legally. I am a warrant. Warrant Wright. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID card. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True. Not yet, anyway. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. Okay. 5 minutes, right, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! Figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. Ah, yes, let's collude before the trial. It's the first time he's ever done something like this.
They put a body in my car.
Yeah, it's true. Fuck him, he says.
They'll be hell to pay.
We're all doing illegal shit here. There's no morals. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid, today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? Your Honor, I saw the defense and the prosecution making out before the trial. We're gonna find out what Chief Gant has on her. It's now. Alright. Well, Ernie's badge. This will come into play.
For sure.
I think we're done with this.
Probably, unless...
This... We might... this is incidental, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I like, apart from the... what I wanted to talk about earlier of the. I was so. Did we use this to dismiss the premeditated charges? I don't think we did. Because it's like, how could this have been premeditated if he got there 3 minutes before the murder?
Right. I don't know if we actually ever used it though. Because our argument was that she didn't bring a weapon.
Right.
It was the knife.
Yeah, I know. We never did use this, but I don't know where there's no room for it anymore, I don't think. Unless they directly bring it up, but still. Used you. This surely is done. Right? This is just saying, oh, by the way, the transferals that day for that.
Yeah.
We know that this was just so that, hey, come hide evidence for me. My sister, who I'm getting this colluding with in
this horrible case.
Turning you into an accomplice without you knowing. We're done with this. Also, they didn't mark the bloodstains over here. Are there bloodstains here and here? Though we still have the we do the main thing though is this photo. Because the barrel's not knocked over, right?
Right. Not knocked over, no blood. That we have not talked about this yet.
Yeah. This will be in Lana's thing. This probably won't have too much use. So this one's gonna be curious because
this is everything in a sense.
Yeah, because this, in theory, this is the knife from the other murder. I want to say. Yeah. Because assuming that Gant used the sword.
Yeah. Right.
Because they said that this murder weapon didn't match, right? I believe that's what Jake told us.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah,
Before
this is
riding off into the sunset.
Get shot in a back alley. Done spraying. This obviously we're going to be using
dead
this.
In Miami.
Obviously, this is going to be a big deal. Got to remember the cactus potentially. Done with you most likely. What?
It's wild they didn't give us evidence with the cactus.
Yeah, it is really weird.
Like, it was like one thing, like, I understand, it's like, oh yeah, the blood scene where we assumed a murder happened, whatever, we don't have a piece of evidence for this, but like, the cactus hasn't come up yet, and that's insane.
Dude, we didn't get a piece of evidence for it, and I don't even know if we needed to look at it to progress.
Right. Which is scary.
Screwdriver
still might be relevant, just improving the fact that, like, Gant called Edgeworth over for, specifically Edgeworth.
Yeah, like, this is just playing into the
whole scheme of how they move the body.
Right, so the real curious thing is here, for me, is this going to be... How should I put this? We don't really know what happened at the SL9 incident, right? In that office. We don't have a clear picture of what happened in there. We don't even have a time frame, I don't think.
Right, like the only witnesses we have are Lana and Emma. And they don't know what happened.
Yeah, and like, I don't think Lana even told us anything about a time frame. Plus, what does this other murder that we saw have to do with this? Like, is the other murder going to be incidental? I don't know. Like, did Gant kill someone else?
What are you referring to exactly?
So there were so in the opening cutscene for this,
there's 2 murders.
There's 2 murders that happened at the same time while it's raining. Right? So presumably that happened at the same time as the SL9 incident, and I'm really curious how that's going to play into it.
Oh, I think this is... I do not believe there were 2 murders that happened 2 years ago, if that's what you're asking.
Well, that's what it made it look like, is why I'm bringing this up.
Sure.
Because we don't know that yet. From what I've seen, they've not confirmed nor denied anything about that second murder, that simultaneous murder that happened during the SL9 incident. From what we've seen.
I don't think that exists. I think that was just dramatic effect. If it's referring to 2 murders, I think it's just the murder in the past and the murder in the present.
Now, hold on though. But this isn't the murder weapon. Yet they found a way to associate it with SL9.
That was Joe Dark's weapon that he killed people with. That was found in the back of Jake's brother, Neil Marshall. This is what killed Neil Marshall.
No, it's not, because they said it's the markings on the blade didn't match up to the wound.
Jake told us that the first autopsy report said this. However, the evidence that was brought to trial said that this was the murder weapon.
I get that.
Right. I don't believe there's another murder that occurred.
Dude, then why would they show it that way?
Because this is a trial about 2 murders that happened.
I know, but like the trick is that, well, like I get that. However, why if suddenly the trick is, oh man, it's a double murder trial, and you go, oh, that must have just been the double murder thing, and then you go, oh wait, no, that was showing a different thing. Why would half of it be lying to us?
Well, I'll say that opening was heavily stylized.
Oh, I guess.
Alex,
I get what you're saying,
2 murders
but shit.
we have yet to figure out. If you're trying to pitch me that we have a second murder from 2 years ago that no one's talked about yet,
I'm not pitching it to you. The game pitched it to you. I'm not pitching it to you. The game's pitching it to you. We'll see, though. I'm just. I haven't. I haven't played the game. I'm just using what they've given me. Like, obviously, I'm gonna defer to what you know because you've seen this. But
we know the same thing at this point. I don't remember anything about this case, Alex.
Okay.
However, I don't believe that opening was trying to imply that 2 murders happened simultaneously 2 years ago. That would be insane.
Then fuck them. Then fuck the developers, because that is so goddamn misleading from what we have now.
But this case was about a double murder.
Right. But then I also like the idea that it suddenly, oh, it's not about a double murder. Just kidding. It actually is about a double murder.
But it is still about a double murder. We're still trying to figure out 2 different murders that have happened.
At different times. I'm talking about a simultaneous double murder, though.
It doesn't
That's
exist.
what they show. Man, fuck that then. That sucks. This probably won't matter. Obviously, this is gonna matter big time. We probably won't need to touch this anymore. And yeah, this probably won't matter either. Unless we have to bring up, like, oh, by the way, he was the main investigator on that case or something. Weapon in wound was missing tip. That's the main. Base. Okay. Got another. Was drawn on the back of the evidence list in magic marker. Got a very bad feeling about this. This is weird because we've literally seen. We have seen an image that is drawn out exactly like this, posed exactly like this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like the other openings to the cases did literally show you things that happened.
Yeah,
and, like,
I have no reason to believe it was lying to me about
However,
that.
the opening to this case was like a James Bond opening. Like, it was shot like a movie. It was just silhouettes dancing in the shadows. Like,
Yeah, but still.
Sure.
Like, I'm not crazy for thinking this. This is what they showed me. And then, like, suddenly you realize, oh, the opening was a different murder than what they had been showing. And like I said, that would be really cool if it turned out there was, like, another murder involved with the SL9 incident murder that somehow wraps into it.
Obviously, there's the people Joe Dark killed, allegedly.
Allegedly. Though that sounds like that happened, like, the way that they read off those murders sounded like it happened, like, it just fucking started killing people right away.
Yeah, it did.
It definitely read that way.
It sounded like he killed a guy. Another witness, someone said, "Hey, what just happened?" He killed that guy. Another person, "Hey, what just happened?" I killed that guy.
Yeah, exactly.
And there was no evidence. 3 bodies on top of each other.
Yeah, exactly. All right, a clear handprint could be seen on the leather cloth. Print belongs to Emma.
But we knew it was him. We had 5 detectives on this case.
Right. Print belongs to Emma. Did he say what kind of cloth it was? Oh, yeah, it's leather. Okay. I would hope it's leather. what I've seen. Okay. All right. I'm
Thought
ever
that
going to
gives a
find
fake
out what
cowboy.
Chief can't. It's on her. It's now. All right.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution is ready, Your Honor. I haven't done much Edgeworth, so I'm gonna do a bit of Edgeworth.
Okay. For the record, the stream is lagging a lot, so if I'm... Okay, yeah, normally this is when the prosecution presents forth its opening statement.
Anything I can close? Help you out here. Nah, I got everything closed that I can. I'll restart it real quick. You know what? It's because our server powered down.
Oh, did it?
Yeah, I didn't realize it was like you had to keep paying for shit.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, like that one time Brad had boosted the server was not. You have to like maintain that, and it seems to be you don't just have to maintain it. You have to like have more people next time to keep it boosted.
That's insane.
That's fucking evil is what that is. But hey, it's a free service, so whatever.
It's looking good right now, though.
Okay, well, hopefully it'll maintain. Maybe it was just turning on the stream and it had something to screw with it. Anyway, normally this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. Sorry, go on.
But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make.
Oh man, already. Chief Gant. I think it's the first time we've seen anyone like materialize onto the stand.
Top of the morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, LJ, been back to the pool yet?
What's with the pool thing?
So, like, I think he's supposed to be like a boat captain, so he likes swimming.
Okay.
His theme is called "Let's Go Swimming, Everyone."
Whatever.
No, I've
sure.
been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that.
If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours?
Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court.
She wants to do what?
Haven't heard what she intends to say. I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble.
Oh boy. What's this all about, defendant? I'd like just to make one simple request and I'll be finished.
Well then, what's your request?
Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana!
Oh!
You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. Can you just do that?
I'm not being paid anyway.
True.
Yeah,
But Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. Guess you could, yeah. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. All right, Edgeworth, you're up, buddy. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
I do like killing people. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation.
I haven't killed anyone. Phoenix has been stopping me all this time,
Phoenix
so we're kind of due.
Stopping me. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation.
There's a little sauce.
Indeed, it appears there is no further need to continue this trial.
On Edgeworth.
Even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise.
This would be so bitter. This can't be happening.
It appears that the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
Yeah! One moment, Your Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth.
The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would be certainly be premature.
Come, Eddie.
The now cut out. Come, Worthy.
Now Worthy.
That's funny. I understand this is a difficult time for you. But why don't you just be a good boy and keep your mouth shut?
I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gan. I want to do a bit of Edgeworth tonight.
Okay.
If that's all right. I guess
You wanna take the judge?
Yeah, Ryan, take the judge then.
Okay.
What?
Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. God, he's so hot. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes.
Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, are they?
I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. You're up, Ryan.
Oh, to whom?
As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. Oh!
I'm gay.
The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Oh my god. Edgeworth really has been shining in this case. Like, he has it.
Shall grant the prosecution's request.
He's been a lot stronger in the actual trials compared to earlier in the game. And
Yeah.
I love the relation he's had with Phoenix here, where like they kind of are on the same side while obviously needing to be opposed.
And another thing to note is that like he hasn't like been the prosecutor for 2 whole games now, so this is them like bringing Edgeworth back. In a sense.
That's true. That's true.
So it's like we gotta.
Right, and like I was so ready. It's like, all right, cool. Here's the Edgeworth show now. He's been getting his ass beat this entire time. Like,
yeah.
You know, not by necessarily Phoenix, but like, you know, all these rumors against him. Clearly, they're out to get him. It took place in his car and whatnot. So, I love the collusion, is what I'm trying to say.
Oh, of course.
That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant?
Larthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words.
Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Hold on, the cowboy's not here.
People, like, I love that they ignore people, like, threatening you. Like, the judge just ignores that.
Yeah. Yeah, whatever. He loves it.
Chief Police, what are you gonna do?
Now then, witness. Please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma. Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark, the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. Sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time.
Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman.
Shut up.
Is an incident Well, that's weird. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Oh, I see that question.
Yes, it most certainly is. Okay.
Well, okay then.
Sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. Trip to yesteryear has finally begun.
Term.
It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. 2 years ago, I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in, and he took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. What? Wrong.
Sort of Shigayo.
Wrong.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You gotta admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
Right, so, I think the main thing here is, we can press on all this, but, the main thing is clearly the, this, right here, the autopsy report. Because she said, stabbed in the chest, that is not what happened. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes. She was second in command under then Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister. She was the best detective ever.
I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Skye used to be quite the pair.
I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too.
Organ in the fucking police
It's
department.
absurd. You'd hear it throughout the entire block from what it sounded like.
Yeah.
Just beams out literally pipes out the top of the building. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. We were gonna have burgers. A man came running in and took me hostage.
You're gonna have Denny's.
A man? Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest.
When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right?
Oh yeah, this is also, like, so fucking unlikely.
What? Right, this is wild.
Like, this is absurd.
Yeah.
He also had a knife.
Yeah.
Like,
That's a good point.
upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Skye and Gant's office. Like, it's such a precise path to take.
Yeah.
Like, no chance that this wasn't intended in some way, or he... I don't know.
We'll see.
That's definitely one of the fuzzy reports, too. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me. This is the shortest line. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were two people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony.
I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after dark.
When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't clearly remember what happened then, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out.
Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then, lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image in the scene of my mind. Sorry, of the scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes. Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman. The victim. I would love to hear more. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes. That's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before.
Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough?
No. The picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Man, this is gonna be crazy, Edgeworth. I not only have the list of evidence, the picture's drawn on the back. Bap.
It's a drawing.
Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost. Well, this is interesting. Because I suppose I could be like, hey, check it out. Is this the picture? But also we could say, well, no, this is wrong. He was stabbed in the back.
Yeah, either way.
Interesting.
Well, I think...
Interesting. You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes. That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died. Yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken? But I did draw it, I swear! I'm not just imagining it. This picture that Emma drew. That reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again. Okay, I guess I should show the picture then. The scene that Can you please describe it to us? Unless this will be one of those, like, double presentation...
Right, it might be.
It could be.
I was saying earlier in this case.
The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. That must have been a real shock. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly. Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage. When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark and was thrown aside, and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them. Emma doesn't have any reason to lie. But Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can. Okay. Well...
I think we throw picture at picture first.
I think
establishing the existence of the picture is important.
Yeah, I think this is the... He also pointed it out.
Yeah.
Alright.
Objection.
Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Right, I'm throwing you a bone here, motherfucker! Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold! Unzips.
Behold! Unzips.
This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident.
Please, turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it.
Turn it over? Turn it?
Turn it!
Ah! What's this?
What's this?
This doesn't make any sense.
Yes. Yes, what is that? As you can see here, it was clearly drawn by Emma because of the massive yaoi hands. Hey, that's it! That's the picture I drew! Cool boots.
Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here.
Sure, wrestling.
Yeah, sure, wrestling.
Yes, wrestling, Your Honor. That's what Edgeworth and I were doing.
What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list.
Huh? These lists? They're different from each other?
What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh, sorry.
It's all good.
That the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other.
So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened.
Simple,
2 years
really.
ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What?
Order!
Chaos.
But Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Huh? Wait a minute. This list was torn in half. That means... Your Honor!
Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head.
If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Okay.
I was thinking this, but I was like, ah, that can't be.
Yes, that's quite conceivable. Mr. Edgeworth?
the blame.
Is something wrong?
You even have to ask. Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. Not this paper that I'm holding, though. Don't worry about that one. That is that thing.
It's that thing.
Right. This was also in the opening.
Phoenix was like, huh, imagine not getting all of the evidence before a case, huh, Edgeworth?
It's that
thing!
That thing!
Get handed over. That
That
thing
thing
of
was
yours.
dancing in the evidence room.
That blue badger. Huh? Clearly this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Emma?
What does this mean?
I don't... It was in the window in the opening!
Right, so they were in Gant's office, which is the police station.
Dude, okay. Here's why it matters. it being in the window affects what she saw, because if lightning flashes outside of a window, you're not seeing details, you're seeing silhouettes.
Right.
So, what she saw was skewed. It's not reliable. Also, we have the autopsy report to double prove that. Very well, witness.
Right.
Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Well, I'm not too proud of it. I've gotten better at drawing since then. So, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture.
Oh my god. Is it gonna be that the knife coming down here, it was just the fucking badger moving its arms?
That's kind of what I'm thinking, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, because there's the window, the black outlines at the edges there.
Yep.
That's the window. And here's God. God showed up.
Yeah, I think it's just gonna be like it's it moving, doing its dance, and somehow it's gonna look like.
Dude, actually, yeah, because look at the hand. It's
how the thing dances.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's the big round hands. Yeah.
The baton, the traffic wand.
Yeah.
Oh man. Oh man, the yaoi hands we were making fun of this whole time.
Yeah.
It was there all along. Huh.
I don't know what this means, but that's what that is.
This means what she saw is not what she saw.
Yeah.
This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind.
Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
All right. It's the picture I drew 2 years ago. All I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. Picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Okay. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. Ooh. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later, the memory should still have been fresh in her mind.
Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black?
It gave me a pen. I don't know.
The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to rescue you. No, I couldn't see him clearly. Oh. The lightning was so bright and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma. Just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? Must have fainted. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No, I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture. Okay. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I better watch out, or he might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives. So, I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Okay.
Right. Is there something that's bothering you about this picture?
Yeah?
Huh?
Y'all
Oh, well...
Phoenix, right? Quite
Yeah.
often has issues with pictures.
Phoenix, I know you can read my mind. I know you can hear me. You dumbass, look at the hands. That's strange.
It's
She
like I heard
claims
Edward
this is
just now.
exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. Oh god, what do I present? Do I present the picture?
They're talking about the picture.
I know, but like... I'm gonna try the picture. No, it's not the picture.
I mean, is she saying anything wrong? This picture shows what I saw in that incident, yeah.
That I must have
Sure.
fainted. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows.
Sure.
This is the I'm gonna press here again. Right, so at the time you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue. No, I couldn't see him clearly. Knocked away, turned around. And that's when I saw, and that's when the lightning flashed. Huh. Unless it's, we need to like disprove the credibility of it being Jake. Or not Jake, but Neil. Though that,
I mean, that's her-
that seems a little
Yeah.
much.
That's her
However,
fingerprints on his shirt. Like,
it's true.
he was there.
I know it, yeah. He was
He touched
definitely
him
there.
at some point.
However,
Yeah.
there is doubt as to whether or not it was him, though, is the weird thing. And also, this evidence was being hidden, remember?
Right. Yeah, like, this is weird. If anything, it proves the fact that Neil came to her rescue. Right?
Yeah.
Stabbed in the back.
So, maybe we do whip out the autopsy now.
Right, is she? But she's not talking about the chest anymore, is the issue.
I know. However... But, okay, this picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. But, But we know it's wrong. We know what she's seen's wrong at this point. However...
The autopsy might work on this line. Like, we do...
I think we checked...
I think we have reason to believe...
Hey, there
Okay,
we
yeah,
go.
yeah.
There we go. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it like it was just like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright,
Right, so now we needed to point out the front stabbing,
Right.
and now we need to elaborate on why she saw what she saw.
Mhm.
Okay, cool.
it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us.
Crazy. Part of this picture.
What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report?
It's the hand.
His chest?
I'm gonna guess it's like the direction of the stabbing.
That.
Contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. You look closely, you can see its tip is broken.
Oh, that's not even what we were thinking.
I don't have
but
to look
okay.
closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
Same ballpark, though.
Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
That's right, Judge.
Yeah, you
It
know
was the
about the case
conclusive
too.
piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. No.
Nope.
I'm afraid it's not so
Crazy.
simple, Emma.
It's quite complex, really.
Quite complex. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Yeah, totally our line of thought. Whoa!
Yeah.
Ah!
What's the meaning of this?
Objection! Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Oh man, fucking... Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body.
When he put it in there?
If it wasn't broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up in there.
Right. What does this mean?
Oh, this is the best. The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. Oh my god. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time. But she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Oh my god. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, Wright. All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No.
That was a beautiful report. That was awesome.
Yeah. That rally.
Order,
that Larry.
order. In this kangaroo court. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted?
Yes. Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. Okay, so unless the fucking blue badge was not going to matter and that we're going to match up the weapon to the sword here right now. However, it's also still weird because, like,
yeah,
it was a stab wound to the back.
Yeah.
After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. Dude, I can't get over how close it looks to Kenny. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room.
Proto Kenny.
Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife.
What are the chances of there being two broken knives?
Unbelievably high in this case. Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? There is another one. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright, in that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife.
I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us.
So, This is... So, we're gonna say it was the shield,
Photograph.
but then we're gonna probably go a step further and say, well, actually, it wasn't even that.
Do we have a photo of?
Yeah,
Yeah, we have that.
Yeah, we
photo.
have this.
Yeah, we
This
have
right
that
here.
photo.
The answer lies in the past. 2 years ago in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is the picture of the awards ceremony.
Wait a minute.
He's scared of
That
knights.
bulge.
Wait a minute, that bulge. Wait a minute, I recognize that bulge. It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife. A sword to be precise. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was all in likelihood from this award. Ooh, 3 hits.
Order.
Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. His broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh!
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, now, see, this is getting... But I'm sorry.
But the prosecutor was the only one who actually died.
That's true. What the hell's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Still, this shit's fucking whack. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything.
Wonderful.
Great.
We can end the
Witness?
case here.
Mr. Edgeworth,
It was you with the knife.
what is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? Here it comes. His list.
His list. The one with the picture scribbled on the back?
It's on a weird rotation.
Yeah, it is.
I knew it. This picture. The one who drew it. Oh, I guess they were assuming she didn't draw it. Okay.
Right. Well, because Edgeworth had been
What?
like, oh, it must have been the chief of
Yeah, of
Some-
detectives.
detectives. Yeah.
You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time, I've been trying so hard to forget.
Blue Badger haunts my nightmares.
I must have locked this part away deep inside me.
Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you recalled, Miss Skye?
Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger? Should be interesting. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife.
Oh shit.
Just then there was another flash of light, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. Ah? Yeah, that's the right face,
This
Judge.
is certainly most unusual. Objection.
Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him.
Until this
The
year.
chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. Am I crazy?
I think I figured out what happened.
The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. Well, let's let it ride. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago.
Yes, very. Yes, well, oh, damn.
Stop, please!
She cut me
Don't
off.
pursue this any
Yeah.
further!
Yeah, I know what happened.
Oh, I'm curious.
What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky, what are you hiding? We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back.
Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination.
Lana, sit down. It's getting good. Bailiff!
Sit down, bitch.
Whack her
Bailiff,
pee-pee!
Whack her pee-pee. Detain the defendant.
Seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of light, and that's when I saw the blue badger. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark? Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see were shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports.
So then you and the...
Me when you when your girl... Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've got to help that other person. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. What do you mean that you think? It all happened so fast. I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. The Sky was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. So much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. Saw the man about to stab the other person who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl. So then what happened next?
So then what happened next?
There's another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. Are you sure about this? Of course. See? I even drew a picture of him here. But it was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. Well, Lana was a detective. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember. Oh,
It's
brother.
the worst moment of my life.
Just when you thought that that thing had caused enough commotion. Where in the room did you
Tell
see him
us.
dancing?
Where in the room did you see him dancing?
His shadow? You're telling me you saw Sonic Shadow? I think that, you know... Is that... If the... Wait, that's a groundhog. Ignore me! So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. This
They
is
are not
pointless.
creepy.
They are pointless. You're right.
They are
That
cute.
thing
in fact.
couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation. If so, then by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was.
Okay.
All right, let me think here. Because
You know what it is.
Oh. Obviously the screwdriver.
It's the screwdriver.
Gotta be the jar.
It's the fucking jar.
It's gotta be the jar.
It's the right-
I was thinking, oh, well, clearly something happened where in the chief detective's room downstairs.
yeah, no.
Yeah, it's gotta be the jar.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's sideways. It was falling over.
It's falling
And-
over, yeah.
That's why it looks that way.
Yeah.
But that doesn't explain why part of it's cut. Like, so cleanly, remember? Huh. Oh, and it bopped someone on the head. Well, they did say Dark had a concussion, right?
Right, yeah, this is what's gonna be the thing that knocked Dark out.
Yeah, because it's falling on top of them in the picture.
Yeah.
That's the only reason.
And then
it
I
would
guess
look like
Gant
that.
came in and just fucking stabbed the dude. And went, that'll do. We got Dark. That worked. The picture hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the Blue Badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright!
In this room, very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instance? Please show us this mysterious Blue Badger lookalike.
Now, there is still something curious about these bloodstains, you gotta remember.
Right. There was some cover up here. We still haven't figured it out.
Yeah. The mysterious Blue Badger was, in fact, this.
But that's, what exactly is that?
I believe it's some sort of jar. Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the Blue Badger. Indeed, it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint?
Viewpoint?
I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from.
So I think like pot facing.
You're gonna have to give me a minute here.
Yeah.
This isn't
Yeah, like
exactly
that.
easy to do.
Yeah.
I think
No, the blood would have to be down. Well, I guess I need to point it up,
Yeah.
but maybe I also need to get it like.
Yeah, I think the skinny side towards us gets the crowns in the right place. Maybe?
Nah, not really, but I don't know if it'll. Yeah, I guess the skinny side is the way to go here. Sorry, this is impossible to. Please bear with me.
Yeah.
yeah, no problem. It's a puzzle.
Doing incredible.
No, I mean like getting it even somewhat aligned. I don't know, how's that look? This isn't right. I've got to take a look before I look.
Come on!
Allow me to remind the defense its case hinges on the witness's drawing. Can't match the shape. We cannot accept his claim. Come on, Mr. Wright, you can do it. Okay, you know what? It probably has to be a little bit more, like, weird, like this, maybe?
Yeah, obviously blood side down makes sense. Like, we can start with...
Yeah, I guess we could do
Wait,
it that way, because that's
like
3
that.
points.
That's 3 points.
Yeah. Oh my god, this is...
Yeah.
Yeah, it has to be like that. Oh my god. Come on. Oh my god. Dude, this sucks. Like, I just want to, like... There's no... It should have, like, pitch, yaw, and roll. Oh my god. Okay, get it upright. Spin it. And then push it back. Okay. Good enough.
Oh.
Oh, boy, we're gonna be here all night.
Here, maybe just have it go straight up.
Eh. This is fucking torturous. Oh, doesn't she have it, like, to a certain side? I guess that doesn't matter right now.
Yeah, just like make it look like the blue badger.
Dude, I think we had it. It just wasn't precise enough. My god, why do you fucking rotate like that?
Okay, so... Okay, it's gonna be fat side to us, and then the back of it slightly tilting upwards. Yeah, like this. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that kind of... Sure.
Yeah.
Sure, whatever. Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, they make it look real good when they present it this way. Well, is this a miracle or what?
Or what?
No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger.
No one can
No one.
deny this.
Not a chance.
No.
No.
It can't be!
It can't be. Order! Order! The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of this crime was actually this.
Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. It changes everything, dude. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well then. Please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw the jar?
Witness saw the jar?
The murderer. I think is what this is gonna be.
Yeah, I think the murderer.
Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar?
Where?
Location of the jar is shown in the picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on the shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Oh my god, they're just fucking going back and forth. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gantz's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gantz's office to Lana Skye's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. Huh? If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason.
Do you know what the reason was, Mr. Wright?
I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial.
Yep.
I'm not exactly
Figured it
sure.
out.
Hold
Just
on.
going down.
Okay.
I'm not exactly sure.
Cool.
Please recall the witness's testimony. I'm at the edge of my
Go
seat.
down.
She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. Okay, right. Well, it's just going to be about how the jar hit him then. She knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying?
There would have to have been.
That would have had to have been.
Oh, that would have had to been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. The man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on. What would he have hit? Oh, so I guess... Right, the suit of armor. Okay, yeah.
Suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword.
Everyone, they're just getting all the weapons wrong in this. The proper weapons. Yes.
Meaning?
And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy.
Yep. Yep.
Emma,
It
you killed a
explains the
dude.
cover-up. Yeah.
Emma, you killed a dude.
Emma killed Neil on accident. Lana didn't want her sister to be a murderer. And with Gant's help, they covered it up.
Ooh.
And it also gave them they also just pinned it on Dark because they needed evidence against the guy.
Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless, I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright,
Mr. Wright, what's the matter?
If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually prosecutor Neil Marshall, you mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No, I'm not gonna screw that. Oh, yep, she's... Yep. Never imagined her testimony would lead to this.
So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented.
She disappeared. What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin this crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. Ooh. Ooh.
Damn.
What?
If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall?
We do.
Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't.
No, we
Yes.
stole it.
It certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence.
Oh yeah, I'm so caught up, yeah, we definitely do. Yep. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. Certainly can't get dead people to testify. Well, not right now anyway. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touché, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you... I'm sorry.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. Ooh.
Okay.
In one manner or another, that's impossible.
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you.
Okay, Edgeworth with the
I think
alley-oop.
we're gonna spray the jar. with the nightmare goggles, you know?
Yeah.
And it's gonna say like Emma or some shit.
So, they did just point out the fact that he did not die instantly. So, as weird as it is to say, while Emma may have delivered a wound that would have killed him, on technicality, this might have actually killed him. I don't know how you rule that, but you get what I'm saying, though.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. Because I doubt we're gonna leave Emma out to dry like that. Message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? Gotta think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind is in the evidence. Oh, that's weird. It says Leon. That's weird. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister's a murderer? Yes, he will. No, he won't. Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek: the truth.
And getting revenge on someone who stabbed a body in my car.
That's right. No matter how painful it may be, I haven't been able to go home and change clothes for days.
It's true.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased.
I had to use my break glass in case of emergency suit that I keep in my office.
This is the message left by the deceased.
This is the blue badger from before, right?
Oh, is he going to speak? Is he going to just speak the killer's name? That thing could, I'm sure it would. Like everyone's forgotten, this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar.
What do you mean?
If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the other fragments was not wiped away. Oh, okay. Oh, I see what they're doing here. Okay.
Yeah. Alright, I gotta be able to back.
I'm gonna use the
Yes,
bathroom
there
then.
is a line here, drawn in blood.
I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick too before Better now. All right, sorry to leave you all hanging. Okay. Okay, yes, there is a line here, drawn in blood. So what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. The blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed the directions, to change directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points. And the victim's message will become apparent. No.
Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us?
Your Honor. I believe these bloodstains will reveal us the answer. Will reveal to us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make the letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstances. His murderer's name. Wait, oh, huh? Do what? What? Oh, weird. Oh boy.
You just make each letter, I guess. Just, yeah, connect, yeah. It'll just, yeah. Finish it up. Connect the dots.
Yeah, just make shit up. Right, Edgeworth. Yeah.
That's definitely an A, that's definitely an M.
Yeah, that's feeds. The two dots on top, the two dots on the bottom, and then the two dots on the side connect in the long way.
Sorry, what?
Yeah. So the two dots on top just make a line between those two.
Okay.
Then the dot on top and the dot on the bottom just make a big line straight down. Not the one on the left, not that one.
This one? To where?
Yeah, go straight down. Yeah, straight down.
Straight down. Straight down.
Or just...
Well, let me connect
well,
here.
you could.
No, I can't. I can connect here.
Oh.
I don't think it's...
Full Metal Alchemist!
Full Metal Alchemist!
That's weird. It's not letting me connect there. Let's go back. Oh, not that far. Yeah, to let me do that. Weird that this one's not letting me touch it.
Well, I think it doesn't really matter. Like, the line will be implied there. Because if you just bring the one on the left all the way down to the one on the left.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna keep it real with you. I feel like a fucking idiot now. I was definitely still trying to write Damon out of this, and I just did not see it.
Okay.
I'm not kidding. I was still just trying to be like, yeah, how am I gonna get Damon out of this? What the fuck? Because I'm like, Emma didn't fucking kill him, but he wouldn't have fucking known. But yeah, sorry, getting ahead of myself. What minute are we on? Total?
No, they're gonna
like,
keep us going for
12,
a
we're like 12 hours into this case. We've had 2 5-hour-long
Silly
sessions.
me. The defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is shaving Lana. For all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. I don't know, I kind of like the Full Metal Alchemist theory.
It was Edward Elric.
Wonder what he's up to. Yes. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind.
Are you the Full Metal Alchemist? Yeah? Why?
Why?
Ah, I see. Of all people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life
Was Emma Skye.
You know, it's kind of fucked up for Neil to do that, I'll say.
A little fucked up.
Like, it would obviously have been an accident.
Ooh. Enter final boss.
See, Marthy. Can't say I didn't warn you.
Yeah, we still haven't explained the other knife, though. Chief can't.
Do you understand the implications of what you've done?
What? What are you talking about?
2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death.
Yars.
He was convicted because he was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in that case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but he used forged evidence to ensure his conviction.
Ah! That's my boy you're fucking with. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable.
I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know, we weren't defenders of justice.
We aren't defenders of justice. What?
We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied.
What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death. How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault?
Order! Order! Order!
Gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Trial's headed. Nose. Oh boy.
Okay. Well,
Go.
yeah.
All right. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals.
Perfect.
Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Gumshoe,
Wait,
come
Detective Gumshoe! What is it?
This guy's so funny.
You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here? I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. What is that? Here, she asked me to give you it. What? Give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? So, you'd at least study some evidence law, really.
Right, so they can't pin this on Edgeworth.
Chief Prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. Message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. Guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the Chief Prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, Detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with the forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwittingly caused a man's death, and now you're telling me you want to do more? You've got to be kidding me, pal.
We're not done. Not yet.
You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? We're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Ooh. Chilly in here. Alright, Ryan's AFK. Wanna take the judge again?
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth,
Yes, Your Honor.
the inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's not helping me today, Your Honor. Thank you for the news, Your Honor.
Yes, well, ahem.
What a god.
Normally, this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness. But, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have,
Struck a bargain.
Yeah, I'm back.
You think I may have manipulated the witnesses?
I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and...
Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution.
A solution?
That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. Ooh.
What? There's no precedent for what you're proposing.
Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say?
hot dog!
Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal.
Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness.
Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. Oh, this is interesting. Ooh.
It's gotta be Gant.
It's gotta be Gant.
Like,
Yeah, it's time for Gant. Gumshoe!
Gumshoe. Yo, get Jake back in here. I wanna see
get Jake.
again.
Want to make sure he's okay. Oh, man. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand.
Damon Gant? What does this have to do with anything? Or what does he have to do with anything?
As the defendant's partner 2 years ago. Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Oh man, this is great. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
I would.
True.
True. All right, bailiff.
Bailiff!
Please escort Mr. Gant to the stand and whack his peepee.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
What is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch.
Good, starve. Your name and occupation, sir.
Marthy, are you sure about you really want to do this?
Your name and occupation.
So, do you want to play hardball, eh?
Please, Mr. Gant.
Fine. My name's Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police.
Now then, Chief Gant. The court requests to hear your testimony.
Oh, righto, what's with the grim face?
First, let's clear up this SL9 incident.
Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered the prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already.
No. There are still some things unaccounted for.
Oh, like what?
You know, like a lot. Like the role you played in all of this. Also the time frame. And also the fact that initially it was a stab wound to the back and there was a knife found in his back. And they were found on the other side of the office. Your office. Dumbass.
Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons.
Sure, take my testimony for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to.
What? Is that true?
I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify.
What the hell? What?
Kangaroo world.
Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks.
Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of my time, don't say I didn't warn you.
Very well.
The witness may now begin his testimony.
Here we go.
As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery.
Is that when Dark was arrested?
He was lying on the floor unconscious.
Boom, boom, boom. Oh!
When Emma sent Neil flying, It was Dark's bumped his head.
I see. Everything seems pretty clear cut.
Note to self, don't let Emma near me. Her one tackle took out 2 people. The police chief has the right to refuse to testify, and I better hit him hard and fast. Right. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day.
Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark. It made him run away like that.
Was the defendant Lana Skye also present in the room?
I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it.
Okay. Make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. Well, how about you make that long story long? So the 2 of you ran immediately after him, right?
That's right. But Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs, and I went downstairs, I guess you could say.
Guess you could say.
He got lucky.
What's this about a power outage?
Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden, and I got the shock of my life.
Ah, you know all about that, wouldn't you? Edgeworth. Do these timings match up? I guess the power wasn't out yet, because he was taking the elevator. Okay.
He escaped. The power outage assisted his escape.
Right. He had escaped before the power went out, then the power went out while... Yeah. Right, because the elevators wouldn't have worked at that point.
Probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went into his heart, though. Wow.
Yeah, the humor's getting a little dark. Slipping a bit.
Irish.
I went to my office, I found Lana there. Did you tell us what you saw?
It was a shocking sight. Neil had that circular line in a heap on the floor all tangled together. Dark was
That's
all
me,
also
but yeah, that's alright. Dark was also lying, collapsed on the floor?
Yes, partly he was hit. He hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those 2 poor girls.
Lana and Emma.
Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already knew what her sister had done.
Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. How can you know that?
Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved.
How do you know it was moved? So that means... you found the body near Lana's desk.
That's right. I think you said earlier. It was my suit of armor that really stopped the prosecutor.
And you were in it, so it was you!
Damn, he got to me.
Yes.
Anyway.
So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office?
That's exactly what I'm saying. You can understand how Lana must have felt. But moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable, no matter what the circumstances.
Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. you're going to stare at anything, you better...
Stare at me.
Yeah, you're better staring at the court
He's staring
record.
at the court
Yeah.
Oh, are they? Always the smooth talker.
Oh, no, I'm not. Which piece of evidence? But that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gant to the incident. So, this could be the hidden cloth. Oh, I didn't read this. Rules for submitting evidence. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. All we've been doing is that, though.
Rule 2. We've been doing Rule 2.
Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial.
We've been doing that.
Yeah, I guess we have.
Like, that's what we've been doing.
Right, so I guess the idea is he's gonna bring up the idea that, like, well, that you can't use that evidence against me, and we're gonna have to figure out how.
Yeah, it's relevant to the trial. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Because he's like, I didn't approve it. You can't use that. Yeah.
We gotta tie him to the case. Save this for later.
Right, because he doesn't have to tell us his number, because he doesn't even have to testify.
Right. So I think it has to be the piece of cloth for now. But maybe not. Let's look. I recall Neil and I were in questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Right, so we have to present something that will tie him to the forgery. I think is the idea right now.
Can we point out the fact that we found evidence in his safe? Like the pot? The vase? This was in his safe. I don't know, like...
Right, the piece of it was...
Found in Chief Grant's
However,
safe.
now,
Yep.
all right.
It says it right there.
No, I get that.
Yeah.
And that might show up here. However, that's not what the forgery is. We're trying to point out that he had something to do with the forgery. Right?
Well, I think that does tie him to the forgery. He's hiding evidence.
I get ya. Like I'm not against that because I would also I'm thinking it's the piece of cloth, right? I already said I think it's the piece of cloth.
They both do say found in Grant's safe. I think either would work.
Right. However, this things to do with forgery.
He also hid the drawing. Like, we have that too.
Right. It's one of those things where we got all sorts of dirt, but we have to use it at the right time, right place. Well,
Forgery.
it was probably this in the safe, yeah. This in the vase, yeah. Really had nothing to do with the forgery. Then how do you explain this? I guess it was specifically the handprint. Huh. Well, I bet it's gonna go down a completely different tangent that I accidentally got. Ryan, you still judge?
He's dead.
He's dead.
Brad, you want a Unix?
He's dead.
He's dead. Oh my god. We're surrounded by dead men.
Oh man. Alright.
What's that? And what's that on it? Handprint?
Chief Gant, your explanation, please.
Oh, that. I couldn't say. I don't know.
I don't
you
know.
tell me, son.
You tell me. Huh?
My dear Wright-ho. Don't you know the second rule of evidence law?
Uh-oh. Not this again.
Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial.
Yeah.
Tell me, how is that relevant to this trial? It appears the defense was not prepared.
I guess it's too early to use this piece of evidence.
Please accept my profound apologies, Chief. Would you mind giving the defense another chance? Well, okay, but I'll do it just this once. But only because you asked, OG. Thank you. I assure you the defense is terribly sorry.
Yeah. Sorry I didn't nail you. So I doubt it's gonna be the jar then either. If
Well, I guess
I mean
the
they were
issue
both
is
found
the
in
jar-
they were both found in I don't think a safe matters.
Well, I think
Right,
maybe
right
the
now.
difference here is actually the fact that the safe has already been proven to be relevant to this case. We've already talked about it. We don't have to prove that it's relevant to the case. The cloth hasn't been brought up yet, I guess, is the issue.
Oh, so you're saying it's just a slightly different piece of
Right, so he can't say that the vase has nothing to do with the case.
Right,
We've already
because-
proven the vase has something to do with the case.
That's true. That's true. True.
So the issue is that we've thrown up this, and he's like, I didn't see that. Get it out of here.
Okay,
Right.
yeah, all right. Nice.
Yeah.
Very good. Claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up.
Explain yourself.
Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example.
That's the blue badger you showed us earlier.
A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Everyone's like, what? Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk.
It was found where?
You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are bold concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. He's gonna shoot us.
Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? We go swimming together.
I trusted you.
Oh, I trusted you.
Oh,
Oh, here's the thing. Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy.
so you admit it then, that you were involved in the forgery.
Who, me? What do you mean, you?
Me? Why would I have anything to do with that?
Well, you were the one who snuck into my office and found this evidence.
This is a little silly that, like, the method of retrieving evidence is suddenly being brought into question.
Right, well, the issue is now it's the chief.
It's the chief of police, yeah.
Right, which is really cool, I think. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know.
Yeah, like, it is really fitting.
Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? No, only I can forge evidence.
However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation.
Farmer Detective Gumshoe. Worthy, my boy.
Oh.
Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment.
Bailiff?
Bailiff, whack his dick.
What? What? Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work.
Brad, did you want to read for the judge? If you're here?
I'm in the middle of something.
Okay,
Sorry.
okay. Or Ryan, if you're back. But
That's why I was muted.
Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office. And their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together.
Wow.
Evidence and forgery.
Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Darks was convicted, then they're worthless. There is no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright?
Yes, Your Honor.
In investigating the crime scene.
Love that transition. That nice even gradient of Irish to judge.
Thank you. You should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I'm the chief of police, right? There will be consequences.
Oh.
Indeed, I believe I will press charges, though you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know, my birthday and all. Alright, Hoji, in return, though. I know, I'll go swimming. That place, right?
Huh? What are these guys, telepathic? Weird. Vincent Forger. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
I'd appreciate it if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations.
Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the goats to do something like that.
What? Wow. I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped...
Mr. Wright! What are you saying? Which ranch exactly were you at? What's it called?
What, Ram Ranch?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're at Ram Ranch. Tipping cowboy asses over.
Anyway, you can't prove that you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later.
What are you talking about later?
What else? I'm talking about when Raito's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, it would prove his investigation was illegal.
Never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. What do you mean by that?
This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in me safe. Such an act would it necessarily constitute forgery?
If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery...
I'm not through speaking yet, righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered.
They were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation?
It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. That's fucking insane, Your Honor.
Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right. Chief is talking about a possibility. So long as you can't rule that out, your remarks, however, clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know.
Come now, righto. Think about it.
There's no reason I'd participate in the forgery. How can you look me in the eye and say that?
Because I'm innocent. Remember, who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. Well, now do you see?
Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all this.
Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit?
That would, of course, be the position you have. Chief of Police. Oh, yeah, this is... yeah.
Oh?
The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive.
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh, didn't mean to... Fine, luckily you snuck it in there.
Do you really think that I'm incompetent?
What do you mean?
Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 really sped up the inevitability a little.
That true, Edgeworth? Yes. He was going to be made chief anyway. Ah!
Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at.
So that means... there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. You didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else.
Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it is out in the open now. Would you mind if I changed my testimony a little? By all means, please do.
I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Let me think here.
I don't know if we have any evidence that can
No.
contradict that.
We don't, because... Like, did he have beef with Marshall?
Well, I think it's just the fact that, like, he helps Lana cover this up, and he gets Lana her loyalty permanently. She does whatever he says.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And it does kind of secure his position, right? And he's also clearly a fucking maniac.
Yeah, she becomes chief prosecutor, he runs this fucking city.
Yeah, that's true.
Like,
Wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it. Yeah.
all of justice is his
Yeah.
at that point.
Yeah. Nothing in it for you.
Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl. Not his little sister, was it?
She can die and burn in hell for all I care.
Like the filthy Protestant she is.
Oh my god, yeah.
If you think I feel sorry for her, you'd better think again.
You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone.
Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised.
What a snake. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though.
Ho ho ho! Oh, that's a good one, Marthy.
There have been something in it for him. Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? Point out accomplice. True. You might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone.
Mr. Wright. It appears you're positively determined to betray the chief. As a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
Kill yourself, Judge. That's not what I mean.
Whoa, retarded.
Shut up. Very well then. Who is this person you may believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky, the defendant?
I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit.
Self-profit? What do you mean?
After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant.
I've heard of self-pleasure. But, how would he profit from all this?
He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets?
Judge,
It's his
please.
best friend. He can't.
Judge.
Everyone's
Oh,
quiet.
wait!
You fucking idiot.
Oh wait.
Wake up, old man.
Ryan, did you want to take the judge again?
No, I'm good.
Okay,
I
you
wanna
got-
draw.
Okay, cool.
You must mean puppet, as in.
Oh my... Admit it, Chief! You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive? To appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her.
Right, oh my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something.
What?
Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana?
Lana, it's time to testify.
For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing?
Lana, it's time. Lana. She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant.
I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture.
Unless... that is also what happened in this incident. Ooh.
This incident? Or which one would that be?
Good point. Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Yeah. Yeah, let's get back to it.
Arthie, you better watch your tongue.
He's just gonna shoot everyone in here.
I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just, what do you mean?
What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement.
What? What? Order! I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious.
Huh?
This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder. That's
Impossible.
Impossible.
Oh, it's like super suspicious.
Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. Looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Oh, this is great.
Can you prove this, Mr. Wright?
This could almost be like the final boss of the series.
Yeah, like it's the fucking chief of police.
Like this
it is.
Like you're fighting corruption.
Yeah.
You're fighting the top of the top. And when it comes
But, like,
to this kind of work.
But, like, this is the last case they had for Phoenix. That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder.
Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man.
That's incredible.
Just a
Edgeworth,
man.
you're incredible.
Edgeworth is in God mode this whole case. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell.
I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got. And it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman.
Well, let me look.
Might be the knife?
I think it's this. I think it's the ID card.
Sure, yeah. This is the ID card list.
Yes. The one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the ownership of yesterday. 7777777.
Oh, sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number.
It's your number.
That's incredible.
It's your number.
What? How do you know that?
The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code.
I just spoken like 7. 7 digits? You don't mean.
I'm afraid so, Your Honor. Code was 7 sevens. Same as the remaining ID card on that list. Chief Gant! Ooh. Ooh.
Ooh,
Ooh.
new Sprite, let's go.
Alright. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime.
Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing.
There we go. He's gonna break the fucking testimony stand.
The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations.
And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. How does 30 spankings sound? 30 naughty spankings. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card.
Chief Gant! So you admit it! You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want.
Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone?
I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room.
Oh, such a big boy. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he?
Of course not. Why would he be? I haven't seen him in days.
You hadn't seen him in days. Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean?
Oh man, what?
This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt.
No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting?
In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim met with Chief Gant on the day of the crime.
All right, let me take a look here. I don't know if you've figured it out quite yet.
I don't think that proves it.
Screwdriver, let's go!
Maybe?
No, that's
That's a shot in the
for
dark,
that's for
but-
Edgeworth.
Yeah. Oh my god. not that.
I'm thinking it might.
Well, is it gonna be the lost item report? Like, I'm
I,
curious if there's some,
I was thinking that too, because if the idea is, hey, Chief, I can't get into the evidence room because I lost my ID, like, maybe that's what's going on, but...
Right, but he doesn't turn it in because it's not filled out all the way. Something that proves that Goodman ran to Gant on the day of the murder. Ooh.
That he went to meet up with him.
In theory, Goodman would have gone to the chief detective, though, not the chief of police, right? So, I don't think it's... Yeah, it's probably not the lost item report. It might be the switchblade knife, but how? Gant was the one who did show up with it, but that doesn't... He does say he found it in the car.
The victim went to meet Chief Gant.
Is there a date on the lost item report? Does it say the 21st?
Yeah, it was that
It does say
morning.
the 21st.
It was that morning.
Possible.
Like, so, and it is possible, because if the idea is, hey, I need to go get evidence, can you take me into the evidence room? But that also would be like, he'd be walking into a trap, potentially, Goodman would.
Right.
Because he wouldn't
But
ask
then-
the chief that he was potentially suspicious of.
Oh, you know?
I don't know if he was suspicious of him, though. Because, well, we know a lot now.
Well, it was also the day of the evidence transferal.
Right, so it could be the note. Maybe. Just proof that the victim went to meet. It's a memo. There was also the award ceremony, but I don't think that really matters.
Yeah, no.
I think we go with the lost item report, dude.
It's either this or the knife, I think.
No, it's not. Wait, maybe. Detective Goodman lost
Yeah?
his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. All right, nice. We've been pretty good at these tonight. Like,
That you are in possession of that report.
can I request to amp up the, like, the imposingness?
I can
Y-
try.
you- can
I
you do it?
try. I can try. That you are in possession of that report. Which means you can't be sure he filed it.
He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day.
He needed to?
Yes. To transfer the evidence out.
Oh.
Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then... you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. Okay, yeah, we were definitely on the right trail there. Yeah. Yeah, hey, I need to get something out. Chief, can you help me out, buddy? Oh, sure. And then you killed him with a cactus.
Got him with a cactus, yeah.
Wow.
I accompanied him.
There you go, there you go. There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room.
Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman.
Exactly.
Murder.
But
Murdered.
wait! The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Oh, yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort.
Sorry, but that's not possible.
Uh,
According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. You had really lent it to Detective Goodman. It would have been found on his body. No! Holy shit!
Chief Gant, you didn't!
The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office's parking lot. How did he manage to move it there?
I was in the police department the entire day, you know.
Everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal.
Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you! Take this here, dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so.
Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I thought it was just a useless clue, just taking up space.
How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. You're gonna have to really screw this one in.
Yeah.
I remember
To move the victim's body. I want you to know I didn't immediately think of that. I was like, oh yeah, the ticket, of course. And then I would have seen the screwdriver and been like, oh yes, of course, this is what I meant.
It's because Phoenix said that useless piece of evidence.
Right. However, we
I
haven't used
think-
this either, so that was the first one that jumped
sure.
to my mind.
However, I think that
we
the
might actually
screwdriver-
need this one next. No, I don't think we're gonna use this. Yeah, it's the screwdriver. It's 1,000,000% the screwdriver.
Yeah.
Fucking finally. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body.
What's that? A screwdriver? But what does this have to do with this case?
Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... Ah! Ah! I was asked to go, by Chief Gant no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbing, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean I thought you were a Gepgun. The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car!
Okay.
Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car?
Yes. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice. The trunk was also broken. Miss Lana Skye!
Oops, been saucy.
Order! What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations?
Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk.
Chief Gant, please say something! I believe Your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make in time for the early bird special.
But the cross-examination isn't finished yet.
Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now.
Come on, Lana. Come on, Lana.
What? That is not a right that can to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
So you're going to just run away after all this?
Run away. Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now.
Well,
You think I had Lana dispose of the body?
Come on, Lana!
If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. I'll show you what's concrete! Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body. Knife?
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 Dave.
Piece of
Might be the blood in the barrel.
I don't know. We're not
see.
there
We'll
yet.
see.
We're
We'll
not
see
there
how-
yet.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
The knife ties it all together.
Is reading apparently Gant here is the only main antagonist with the theme song.
Really?
Yeah,
What's a theme song?
this is his theme playing right
This
now.
is- his theme
The
song,
organ.
Yeah.
And none of the
Pretty good.
dude. It's the knife.
Let's go swimming.
Do I have any concrete proof? So I don't think I have any. Unless it's the knife.
I have no proof yet.
I have no proof yet. But we can... I don't think we have anything damningly conclusive is the thing.
right, the knife doesn't.
The knife is... It just connects the two cases, but that's not... But the knife tip thing too, we still haven't really included that whole thing.
Yeah,
Because remember, a knife tip was planted in this... Yeah, I guess he just broke it off and shoved it in though.
I think
be
he
the
just
end.
broke it off and shoved it in. Yeah.
I guess that's all that happened there. I don't think I have any proof. It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. I have no conclusive evidence.
Huh? COG.
Yeah, I think this might be a situation where it's we're at the end of our rope and someone else needs to jump in.
In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief.
What?
Here's a tip. Never gamble when you can't afford to lose, Wright.
Oh, maybe we did.
It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today.
Well, might be interesting to see a failsafe then.
Okay, Aji. I'll leave the rest to you. Oh shit, yeah, maybe we did fail.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to our senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency.
Damn, you get up.
Oh, shit. Oh, baby. Lady Luck, maybe we should have a word with her. Ooh, Edward's on it. Oh, man.
Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean?
There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. Lady who knows the truth. Another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. Chief Kant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person?
I already told you. Why are you asking me, Your Honor?
I can't call witnesses, yeah.
Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today.
Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist?
She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth Lana Sky. Come on, Lana.
David, great, get back in here.
Get your ass back in here! I ain't done with you yet! Come
The
on,
defendant,
Lana.
Miss Lana Sky?
She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task, to dispose of the victim's body. This is a weird shot. Because it's like we were in there talking to her there at one point.
It didn't happen.
In accordance with a certain someone's orders. Edgeworth?
Mr. Edgeworth?
Prosecution has no objections, Your Honor.
Very well. The court will now take a final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in
Hold on.
Huh?
Oh.
Chief Gant! I thought you were going to eat!
Oh.
Listen good, Lana.
He's talking to Lana.
I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be a terrible consequences. Something weird. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder.
Everyone in the court's just like, oh, this dude's just... This is fucking ridiculous. Like, you can't just... Alright. This isn't good.
Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right?
And he knows he can just get away with it.
Yeah.
Just something to think
Piece
about.
of shit.
Yeah. Like, he puts on the act, but then guess what? When... I'm gonna...
Alright then. I've got a lunch date to meet.
Oh my
Holy
god, he
shit.
disappeared!
Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. Anyway, I'm going to lunch with Chief Gant.
I'm going to get bribed. Like,
Looks like we
Wait, you
managed
guys
to
are
stay in
doing
the game.
another investigation?
No.
No.
No. Looks like we managed
No,
to stay
it's
in the
fine.
game.
Just
Yeah.
taking a recess.
Thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief. He's something else, eh, pals? I'm not a
your boss is
detective
an
anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office. Yes, sir! Yes, sir! Got you, my
Wonderful.
man! Get on the ship. Get on the airship.
Unstoppable duo.
Get on the airship. Hope he's romanceable. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's the big dumb bear guy.
Yeah. Could he mean Maya? Oh, I'm glad. Glad I get to see that face. It really gives me the courage to keep going.
Her. Yeah, really missing her, yeah.
Really lights a fire.
Do it for her.
Looks like we're all out of moves now. Yeah, do it for her. Chief Gant's done it now. Done it again. How is that he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said. Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked.
There are certain risks to be considered.
Risks? What did he mean by that? It's simple. The chief refuses to testify. The opposite also holds true.
Can't defend himself.
You mean he forfeits his right to say anything, too? Back, Emma. Yep. Emma! Are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. She did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do everything and anything and everything the chief told her to do. Must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. All because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal!
Blame society.
Gumshoe.
Oh my god! Rise up from the ashes is right!
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. Woo! Emma, why don't you wait here? No. Going with you. I want to be there. And Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. Together.
So, like, last night, when it was like 12:30, and we finished the investigation,
Yeah.
I almost suggested that we, like, just finish the case, because I was like, oh, it was probably only like an hour or two more, and we finished by like 2:30 or whatever. No.
Trial ladder 2. Die.
Yeah, no. We would not have finished it. We would have been like 4 a.m.
We would have been so fried.
Yeah, yeah.
We went to a different courtroom, I think.
Now then. Will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand?
No. Miss Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you.
But can't she take my stand?
Shut up, other me! Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth.
Of course.
And then you'll be under me.
Shut up! The truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Bap.
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant.
Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Drake convicted. Damn it, Dark! It had nothing to do with Emma. Oh, bullshit. Sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. Looked away. But Lana!
If this is true, then that means Chief Gant had nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been trying to tell you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. What if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah. This is no time to start second-guessing myself.
The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see. I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years.
Detective Gant and Detective Sky were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases.
She must have been good coming from the same school as Mia. Damon Gant was a respectable detective. That's why. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as such yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? There's not a thing I don't cherish.
Not a thing I don't cherish.
Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. Ah. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana!
So, that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago.
When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. Oops. Nope. Nope! God damn it! I missed clicking everything! Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done it alone. Gotta get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. Okay. My bad. You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? Seems I was the first person to discover the scene. Broken Prosecutor Award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? Wait, what? The Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. It's only a situation you dreamed was possible. Reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright. But I'll never change this statement. You mean... Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark. Something like that. That is so. What happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. It's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All just to protect me.
So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Right. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, then moved the body.
But why?
You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's body, and then you moved the body?
Then you moved the body?
Why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. But why did you do that? Come now, Mr. Wright. Even you should be able to figure it out.
Very well. Let's put this to the witness's testimony. The reason Miss Guy fabricated the knife.
I knew the tip of the weapon found buried in his body would be all the proof we needed.
Right, so she's claiming she forged the evidence, but it's still trying to hide Emma's murder.
Yeah.
So it's like she has no. So in her scenario, she has no reason to be doing this.
Yeah, if she just wanted Dark convicted, she wouldn't have had to move the bodies, I don't think, in that particular case.
Exactly.
Yeah, but the knife planting I can understand. Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was the murder weapon, right?
That's what she claimed.
Yes, and leaving it at that might point the blame away from Dark. I felt the most effective way to get him convicted would be by having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body.
So
Okay.
you buried it inside the victim's stab wound.
Ugh. Yes, because I hated Dark for what he did. Right, so we might need to ask about the why she moved the body now. So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it. Period. Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence? She's lying! She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Okay. Alright, so then let's... Oh, is it this one? Oh no, it was the rearrange the crime scene. What? Wait, what? Wait, it changed. What? Okay, no, it's still this one. Yeah, then move the body. Okay. We need to find out why. Then you showed up on the scene. Where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. the reason Miss Sky moved the body.
Interesting. Threatened her plan. Pieces of the jar, you mean? Yes. That wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you look at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. No,
What?
it wouldn't have been shattered.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have
there's
been
no
shattered.
Yeah,
Couldn't have written on it if it was shattered.
exactly.
If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Marshall was dead and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle.
I see. Also, this does all just mean that Emma just drew out Yowie hands. It wasn't the blue badger.
Oh my god. The blue herring.
The blue herring.
What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that. There must be a contradiction here somewhere. Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone.
Yeah, so now it's looking like
Now it's like
Emma didn't kill the guy. Because we have someone writes Emma on the jar and then shatters it. That's insane.
yeah. Right.
It would also have been fucked up for Neil to do that. Like I said, like that would have been kind of fucked up for Neil to do it.
Yeah.
So what's gonna
But
happen
Lana
here,
was yeah, but well Lana okay.
like Gant's gonna have shown
Dude.
up, seen something.
Let's see. I'm in train mode right now. I'm just riding.
Yeah.
Yeah. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister.
You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered?
That truth were to be exposed now. The past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. And so, I'm compelled to bring it to everyone's attention. A significant contradiction within your testimony. Contradiction? My testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right.
Do you have a problem with that?
It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. Huh? In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not have yet been broken before he died. Uh-oh. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar.
Holy shit!
Holy shit, Mr. Wright! You've done it again!
Can't get in here.
Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth.
Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony.
So Gant went with Marshall.
Yeah, I think like something happens.
Dude,
And Gant takes advantage of the situation. He purposely frames Emma because he knew he could control Lana this way. It wasn't just like it wasn't just fortunate. He set it up.
Yeah, that would also explain how Dark got out.
Right,
And potentially why he went to where he did.
yeah, and also like without this being the case, there's no reason for the trophy to have the sword removed.
Yeah.
Like he's hiding this thing.
Yeah. Yeah. And
If it
like,
wasn't
and you know, this whole
important
time,
to
this whole time, it's been like, oh man, Lana was just in on it, but it's like, no, she was just being manipulated the whole time too. Like,
Yeah.
she doesn't exactly know, because
the lies on top of lies.
yeah. So what she saw
Was it
let's see. If
had already been
the jar was
manipulated.
shattered, then
Yeah.
like even if she moved the bodies, but if the jar was already shattered,
Right. Yeah.
yeah. Damn. Okay. Or you know what? So yeah, Emma probably never even knocked him into the armor.
Yeah.
Like, it's possible, and that's why it worked out for Gant, but like, we'll see.
Yeah. I'm not sure. We'll have to
I
see.
don't know. Right, and the sword broken knife isn't accounted for in all this, right? Like, we accounted for it now. But I guess it's like another piece of it's not in the SL9 incident files anywhere, right?
No, we have no idea where that trophy went.
Yeah. Yeah.
It wasn't in his safe. It's gone.
Yeah.
Although officially he just had it removed from the trophy, so he probably just literally threw it fucking
Probably
out.
just
It's
threw
probably
it
not
out.
gonna turn. It's probably not going to turn up at this point.
Yeah,
right?
it really don't matter. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. So...
What is she even saying?
So... But there was a piece that Gant took with him for some reason. Oh, that fucking six-dimensional chest where he's like, oh yeah, when they piece it back together and find Emma's name on it.
Right.
Oh yeah, I don't know. All I could think about was
That is like a 4D chess move.
wiping them clean before they were discovered.
You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood?
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier.
It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case.
Wow, but not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You were an ace detective who never missed a detail. You really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces. Normally I would have. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. Well, that helps my case.
Alex?
What's up?
Maybe it did say Gant, and he did something to the pieces to make it say Emma.
Now
We'll see.
I'm in the seventh dimension, Gant. Haha. My stupid hunches. You can't outthink someone who doesn't know what they're thinking.
God, I think this is what that's leading to.
It seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. This is rather shocking. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. Ow. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened.
What do you mean?
You really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall? You wouldn't have wiped away the blood.
Yeah.
What else could I have done in that situation? Lana, I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. That's nice.
Thank you, Emma.
I never miss anything. I got every last piece. No, you didn't. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. So, you illegally rearranged the crime scene. Yes, I don't have any excuse for my actions. So sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I've treated you so badly all this time. It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident.
No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office.
More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony. Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I've finally figured out the contradiction in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. Okay. I'm not exactly sure. Okay. So... the jar again? Because she missed a piece.
Right, so I'm curious if what the scene actually looked like was that the jar... No. I was about to say the jar hadn't fallen over yet, but Emma had testified that the jar had fallen over.
Right. Yet it didn't break somehow. I mean, that's the other possibility, right?
Yeah, it didn't break somehow.
It didn't break somehow.
But it did break. The other, arm broke or whatever, right? The back of the jar.
Yeah, because I'm assuming Gant broke it. Or something.
But like, it has to be whole for someone to write Emma on it, right?
Yeah.
And it fell over because that drawing Emma drew is it falling over, right?
Yeah.
So it hits the ground. I think that the third, like, arm on it, right, that is missing.
Yeah.
Maybe that breaks, hits Dark's head or whatever, but the jar itself did not break. Possible. I'm not sure how we point this out.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Well, no, yeah, right,
You know what I'm
right. There was never a third part there. Yeah, I kind of see what you're saying.
Because it has to be whole for someone to write Emma on it. And
Hey, Emma,
it
look,
also
there's something dark on there. That's
and it also fell. Like, Emma saw it fall. And it's not like someone came in and wrote Emma on it before the scuffle happened, right? Because Emma was just chilling in the room. So it falls over, doesn't break, someone writes something on it, and then I think Lana shatters it because it said Emma. Like, she panicked. I'm not sure how we get there, but I think that might have been what happened,
that or
right?
like we were saying, Gant set up the scene already.
Exactly.
Or like Gant followed in after. I don't know. That sequence of events is tricky. However.
Yeah, but what I'm guessing here is that, like, the part that he...
I'm sure she got them all. She didn't get them all, though.
That part that he held on to, that part that we assumed was the part of the M, that's an Emma,
Yeah.
is gonna be the A in Gant.
But yeah, possible.
Yeah.
I think we present the jar again. Most used item ever. Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's...
Safe.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm looking at the letters again.
It kind of looks like Gant.
Yeah, it does look like a G.
A
and
G
an
and
A.
an A.
Okay. The chief's safe? But how? Because he sucks at passwords. Knew what she really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was... still blood on it.
But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them.
Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Okay.
Yep.
Chief Gant got there before you. Should also make the most sense.
But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece?
I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
Yep. That may very well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my
my God.
dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Oh my God, his teeth.
Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken.
Oh, that.
There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant at the time he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he were there first, why would he break the jar?
The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? No! The judge is getting killed now.
Wait, I'm not the one on trial here.
Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. Proceeded to break the jar. Purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question. What is this action called? Fabrication of evidence.
But why would the Chief Gant do that?
In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear?
What happened afterwards?
Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet. Oh! No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client.
I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth.
Fuck you, Judge. Wait a minute. What if... we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap?
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Lana may be right after all. do you mean, Wright? So you do tell foul lies, then Mr. Damn, Emma, not now! Emma didn't kill anyone! Miss Sky, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie! But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Sky, you will. Bitch! There's nothing to be afraid of anymore.
Dude, I love the point. It's so good.
The wag.
Dude, it's the wag. It's
Wag.
like if it wasn't the wag, it wouldn't be anything. But it's the wag.
The cross-examination might not change a thing.
It makes it everything.
However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth.
I like how Edward's not even trying to get anyone convicted anymore. He's just like,
Oh, dude, we're colluding.
They fucking put a dead body in his car. He's out for blood.
And they're also against him, clearly.
The world's against him.
is this
Edward-
case still? Is that putting a body in his car still pertinent to this case?
Yes.
Yeah,
Holy shit!
Like
I'll
we have
testify.
yet to establish this happens. yet.
About what I really saw. Come on, Lana. Come on, Lana.
Fucking hell.
God
All right.
damn. These fucking witnesses and defendants, get your shit together.
Jesus
The
Christ!
The witness may testify once more for the final time. I swear to God.
All right, Lana. Actual crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor. On that suit of armor's sword. It's a spear. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. Had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword.
You were the only one who saw that. Only you had proof. Actually, do have proof.
Huh?
I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning.
Book? It's gonna have like a photo in it?
This is what she gave me, right? No, she gave me this last time.
No,
No, I think we were.
Gumshoe gave us the book.
Yeah, but that was in the afternoon. I think we were given something.
She gave us something at the start of this trial.
I think it was. I think it was.
Oh yeah, I guess that's true.
What is this? Oh, maybe not. No, it's not because we had this. We had this going into the. No. We had this going into the previous one with Cowboy.
Right.
So it has to be this.
We'll see. Maybe there's like a photo in it or something.
No
I don't
evidence
know.
shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on file. To Mr. Wright just this morning. What to me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Anna must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture.
I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her back then. Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere. There's a picture right there. She didn't give us this.
Nope.
Maybe it's
No.
inside the book.
Gotta be this.
Probably on the inside.
It was either that or the SL9 incident.
Oh, we
but I
didn't.
think it was that.
We didn't.
Oh my god.
Fucking right. Ah, yes.
Phoenix Wright.
Ah, yes. Ugh.
Fuck us!
Hey, there's a picture here. Oh. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Mr. Wright! That piece cut out from his vest. Could that be... Yep. What's this?
So how does this incriminate Gant? It's Emma's handprint. We already knew that.
Cloth. It had my fingerprints on it. Whatever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer.
Wait, did we not scan them?
We did. But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth.
Right, so I was thinking like
Should
he
be
was
able to
holding on
flush
to this
that.
as like evidence he was holding over Lana, right?
Yeah. This may now begin its cross-examination. Well, I'm gonna look at this picture
this-
one more time now that
Yeah,
we've
but this does
seen it.
incriminate him somehow. He had to take it.
Oh my god.
Come now, G.
Hmm.
This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief, Gant! What? Now you want me to make me about to be the bad guy, too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two to my defense.
Just shoots him. I'm afraid it's too late for that.
What?
You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back and relax. And enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck.
Holy shit.
Holy shit!
Edgeworth! Wait, he's electricity?
With Zeus, remember?
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah.
Ha! So what? You think I'm worried?
A bit. Hmm?
Sorry to disappoint you. But I don't need to make any statements.
What do you mean?
The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even I can't testify. I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Oh, wait, you mean... you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, Righto?
Hmm?
The cloth. Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is this true, Mr. Wright?
If I show that piece of evidence now, I'm sure to be made out as the murderer.
Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you tried to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries.
do I do now? Better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision.
Yes, that's right. The parking stub, Your Honor. I think you have to. Like, you've been called upon to show it.
That's just that. Okay.
I'll be right. Got a fee again?
Whoever it was, they must have had a really oily hand. Mr. Wright, think about it scientifically, huh? A more likely explanation is... the person slipped and fell on a freshly waxed floor, getting wax all over their hand. It happens, you know. I always slip on the floors at school after they're waxed. Oh, you know what? I couldn't have actually examined it until just then. Because it just shows you what's you can just read it. Yeah, so that's we're good then. No.
Oh, yeah.
Well, let's see how this goes.
Like, you were directly told to show this. It's a piece of leather cloth?
Yes, it was most likely it most likely was cut from the victim's vest near his chest. What's this? There's a big handprint on it.
Surely it must have been been left on the cloth by whoever shoved the victim into the sword. What? Whose fingerprints are on this? I'm sure Wright has checked, haven't you? Well, whose are they?
They're Miss Skies. Miss Emma Skies. What? They're mine? I really did do it.
See, I told you it'd be conclusive.
But this was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
God.
I don't remember any cloth in my safe. Do you really expect me to believe that?
But... give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. Shouldn't have presented that. Presenting that evidence. You tied Emma Sky to Neil Marshall's death. Oh, alternate ending. Interesting. Okay. Oh. Oh, this is cool. We get to see an alternate ending then.
It appears we have our killer.
No. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well. In the end, Lana alone was found guilty on all counts. Oh, that's cool. We got a fail state. Oh, neat.
Interesting, because they were like, "Yeah, you gotta show that cloth." No.
Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
What? You lie!
Oh, this is actually even better.
Because he has to.
Because it's
Point
like,
up-
what evidence are you talking about? Come on.
Right.
What? Tell me about it. Why are you so sure, Chief Gant?
Chief Gant? You opened up a safe. I know it was you who took what was inside.
Mm-hmm.
The conclusive evidence.
Oh, you fucker.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You little shit.
Phoenix, you dog. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together.
Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it.
What are you talking about, Chief Gant?
Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like a part of it's been cut out for some reason.
You mean you had this in your safe?
What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Wrighto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
Dude, he's just fucking saying it. So you really were manipulating her?
I knew Lana. I made it look like the blame laid with her sister. That when she saw that scene, that she would ask me for my aid.
So you assisted Miss Sky?
I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room.
And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted.
When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This is loading. Was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you.
2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe?
But why? For insurance, of course.
Insurance?
I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that the girl committed. You mean, you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood of all those pieces.
But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too?
Ho ho ho! Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance.
You mean that piece of cloth?
Come on, Wright-ho. Cough it up already. I know you have it.
Blackmailing and concealing evidence is still less of it. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Less severe than murder, yeah.
That's- So you admit to it then, Gant, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe.
Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being the chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then before it was too late.
Been a long battle. The moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Shit. So, is this another piece of damning evidence towards him that I present instead of the cloth? I don't think we have anything.
We have something. It must have to do with the cloth somehow. But I'm not quite sure.
I'll be right back.
What's he wearing in the photo of him getting the award? Is he wearing that jacket?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's...
He's wearing it. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's...
Hey, something that proves that he changed the message on the jar.
Yeah, like, unless... Well, Taku's saying it's just the cloth again. And we really don't have anything else.
Right. I'm not quite sure
God,
how,
and this
but
is weird too, because we still have to prove that he murdered Goodman.
Well, what's the description of the cloth?
Now, Chief can't save evidence for something, but what? Bears Emma Sky's prints. And she even notes that, this is a handprint, right? Yeah. Someone left behind an oil stain on the fabric. Whoever it was, they must have had a really oily hand. Huh? A more likely explanation is the person slipped and fell on a freshly waxed floor, getting wax all over their hand. Well, that would account for this amount of oil, I guess. I don't see what's so scientific about it, though. It happens, you know. I always slip on the floors at school after they're waxed.
So the body was on the floor, maybe?
Well, here we go. I do have evidence to present now.
Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
We're just getting the same thing, though, aren't we? Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh, yes. At last you've finally brought it out in the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth.
Yeah. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. It's handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly.
You mean...
It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence.
Ho ho ho!
ho.
You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy.
What?
Think about it. Raito had all this time to present this evidence. Yet, he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be?
You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they?
Very well. I'll tell you. What? Should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted.
Are we lying? Well, let's think. If we lie,
Well, we're only gonna take a little bit of damage, it looks like, if we lie.
right? Because if we lie, what would he do? Because him saying he knows it's Emma doesn't really incriminate him, right? Well, it does, but like not like in murder. Right?
Yeah.
Because him knowing it's Emma's doesn't mean anything. Anything more than what he's already confessed to, right?
Yeah.
So I don't.
Oh, did we just say Emma?
Yeah, I think Phoenix said it was okay.
Yeah, I think it's okay.
If we say Emma, yeah. Emma Sky.
What? They're mine? Sorry, Emma. Why? Why didn't you tell me?
Ho 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 ho! You're really something, right ho? You knew this girl did it all along. And you still tried to pin me the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
How could you? You monster!
Miss Sky?
You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. The Sky. It's not over yet. Oh, we gotta get Lana. We gotta pin Lana. I said this trial isn't over yet.
Huh! But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer?
Oh my god. Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up.
Oh, and what's that?
Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
What?
Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask?
It was Emma Sky, wasn't it?
Oh. I'm afraid that's not possible. See, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction.
What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about?
Talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is.
Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. What could it possibly contradict?
Tyrannical reign ends here. Dude, honestly, I'm at the edge of my seat. I don't know. It's not a square.
I don't think that's the issue.
It's not a square though.
It's true, it's true.
Okay. All right. No one tell me.
I don't know either.
Well, all right. to jar again. It's a safe bet.
Yeah, it's a safe bet.
My attorney's badge. Is it the missing halberd? Like, all right, let's...
So the weird thing about the cloth was the oil or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Where did the oil come from?
He oiled up her hand.
Right, like, right, but that would be kind of weird.
It
but
would be kind of
maybe.
weird, but so what would the order of events have to be?
Okay,
So-
so Emma's chilling in the office.
Emma's
Joe
chilling.
Dark comes in, the power goes out.
Yep. He takes her hostage, apparently.
Right.
Neil shows up. Neil starts fighting with him. Emma's on the floor. Power goes out.
Lightning flashes and she sees Neil with the prosecutor sword.
The halberd.
The halberd.
The halberd. About to stab. Right, we determined it was Neil. No. Right, but I think they said that it got switched around at one point, right? Something
Right,
like...
we're under the assumption that Neil was on top. Then Emma pushes the murderer. Like,
Right,
the guy with
whoever
knife.
had the knife, she just pushed him.
Yeah.
God, the vase is enormous.
Yes.
So the vase falls but doesn't break at this point.
Right, because someone has to write Emma on the face or whatever.
So Emma pushes someone and faints.
Yeah.
Her recollection after that is gone. Meaning she doesn't know if she actually pushed anyone into that, right?
Right.
So
it's not going to be the cloth, right? Like
No, it's not the cloth,
something
yeah.
that contradicts the cloth.
Oh, do we have to trick him?
Well, I think we already did.
Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial.
Right, I think we already passed that. I think we already.
I know, but I'm not ruling it out.
Yeah.
I'm not ruling it out. Because technically
we
it's
already
not.
got-
This is not relevant to the trial currently, but I guess it sort
right,
of is.
but we already got him. We already got him to admit to forgery and shit. Like we're already.
It's true. That's true.
We're incriminating him for murder now, not forgery.
It's true. It's true.
Let's look at the death picture of Neil.
It's on the left side of his body.
Right.
He...
Freshly waxed floors.
Nope. Nope. Hopefully not. No, 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 no.
So
no.
I'll say,
Stop.
is it gonna be weirdly your attorney's badge? And the reason why I think this is because he polishes it every day. And it's gonna be like, hey, look, you know, polish or something. Because I'm just trying to think of where the oil comes from, because the oil is the weird thing here. It's
How would
something about
Emma? How would Emma have her hands all oily?
Right. I'm. The trophy was polished? I don't know.
Ooh. There's oil in the
We have nothing to
jar.
really suggest that the trophy was polished, though. Like, I'm... Like, Gumshoe polished it for Edgeworth, I think he said. But, like, that doesn't mean it was polished 2 years
Well,
ago.
on process of elimination, we have possibly evidence law. Don't think that's it. Possibly the picture, just because of the weird shape that it's being cut out from. Probably not. Piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth.
Gant's doing it to us in that picture.
Yeah, he kind of, you know, he's...
You know, I had to do it to him.
You know, I had to do it to him. I kind of want to go out on a whim and say it's the picture because of what Lana had mentioned.
Right, but I'd hate to present the picture if he's right and us not know why it was right. You know what I mean?
True, but that's not exactly out of... A lot of
Sure,
times we have had to make some leaps of faith to figure things out in this.
Right. Can you examine the cloth again?
Of course. Okay,
Yeah.
so found on Chief Gant's safe. In Gant's safe. Evidence for something, but what? There's Emma Sky's prints.
Wait.
Stop. What do you got? Figure it out?
Well, I was about to say maybe you are right about the cut. And that this is actually Gant's suit? Probably not. They said it was leather. The leather's the cowboy thing.
This is leather.
Yeah. It
The
wasn't orange though.
The piece
but
of
yeah,
cloth
that's-
contradicts this piece of cloth. God, I wish I could just remove shit from my inventory that...
Wait,
I
was it
wish
not
some of
leather?
this shit...
It says cloth.
Is it a different color? But I mean, like, why would this picture with it cut out be taken?
Right.
Oh, unless we are supposed to show the picture because it's like... Hey, why is this shit missing from his fucking coat?
Well, he said he stole the evidence.
Right, crime scene photo taken... Yeah. We're trying to disprove why this cloth does not convict Emma of being the murderer. Oh, jeez.
What does she talk about when you click on the This is a handprint, right? Yeah, someone left behind an oil stain on the fabric.
Someone found an oil stain on the fabric. Whoever it was, they must have been had a really oily hand. But it scientifically, huh? A more likely explanation is person slipped and fell on a freshly waxed floor. Yeah, like, is it not leather? Look at the coat and the cloth. Oh, don't help me out too much, Otaku. I appreciate it, but
Well, it sounds like you guys are on the right track.
I mean, there's no seam in the middle of it, I guess. Which...
Right, so I think the evidence we are presenting is going to be the photo. Because that's also, like, the thing that he didn't have and couldn't have manipulated, right?
Yeah, unless this is, like, you present the cloth. So...
Maybe it could be something like...
Well, the cloth can't contradict the cloth. The cloth
unless
the cloth.
Phoenix says some stupid crazy shit, right?
Sure. But I think on, like, a fundamental level, the cloth cannot contradict itself.
Oh, but
Something has to contradict the cloth,
you never know, though.
Sure.
So
it is going to be the photo.
I'm gonna go with the photo.
But I
like, you know, I don't think...
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if we're supposed to have this 100%. I don't think we are. Like, that's the fun of it, right? We're not supposed to know Okay. This is the... Sorry, I just thought it was wrong, so I just wanted to skip through it. Okay. And what exactly is that, I believe you said?
What exactly is that?
This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out?
Yes. His shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all that blood on his vest, though. Oh, there's blood on the vest!
Oh. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth.
Oh, but that piece of cloth.
Wait.
There's no blood on it!
And if I swear to God, I've been getting through this game on pure, like, hunches in process of elimination.
Yeah.
Like, I'm like, well, I think it's gonna be the photo because, you know, Lana, that's like the secret thing here. Also, there's something a little off about this. Then it's like, well, yes, but no. Okay. That's true. There's no blood on it.
Yeah, there's blood all over his...
Blood all
shirt.
over the vest there, yeah.
Yeah.
It's too clean. It also doesn't have the seam. Okay. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time.
No, this is nonsense.
Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. I'm gonna turn the game up a little bit for this finale. Don't worry about it, Taku. I'm sure it can be frustrating, but if anything, you gave enough of a hint, I'll say. As long as you're not just like, it's that one. Yeah, I know you're not trying to. I even read it that way. Okay. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword? Emma? The tiny little girl? No! She was 14. And to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago. That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. You did it before. Should have done it after, dumbass. That you personally cut out the bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. No!
No!
It's finally all over. Okay, now we have to prove that he killed another guy. Oh, what a bitch.
That was close. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence.
Nope.
Order, order! What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Aji. Earlier, Wright here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Wright? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you?
Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. Yeah, here's the law. The second law.
Yeah.
At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence.
But that's not fair.
Ho! Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laughs on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth.
True. Legal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Also, I believe that would also, in theory, free up Emma.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Wright.
Well, I don't know exactly. Seems at last, the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. All
Mr.
according
Wright.
to Keikaku.
Do you admit it? Do you admit to it? That you purposely and illegally concealed this piece of cloth? I did not. Yeah, we hit it with the second law. Like, no. It wasn't relevant to the case.
I admit, I refused to present it at one point.
Aha! So the evidence is illegal.
Oh, no. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant.
Huh?
It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't.
What do you mean, you couldn't?
There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence.
No, Haji, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You really can't believe.
There was only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not?
Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now.
Here's a textbook.
Yeah.
This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this?
What's this?
That law you love to fuck around with so much? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth. Nothing more.
What?
You see, it's written right here in this book. Second rule of evidence law. Oh, not the law! Well, number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Well, 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident.
What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture on...
Sorry, but can you recall, when was that picture presented?
That was shown only a few moments ago.
Oh.
No.
He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh, yes.
No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the only one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant, the killer was you! No.
Oh.
Oh my god! He died.
You always have to be Lucky Charms.
He's gonna shoot us!
I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good for nothing, Scoom. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department, trying to get something on me.
Doing as usual.
Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me.
Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty.
He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Anja Star and convinced Bruce Goodman.
Detective Goodman? Oh right, what this trial's about.
Yeah, that's right. Brad?
Yeah, Brad, you want to get one in there?
Yeah, let me see it. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me.
Great, thank you. Applause for Brad, everyone.
Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit.
He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence.
Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman?
Can you please
Can you
reopen the
please-
investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered.
He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said,
It's not too late. I'm gonna hand this all over to Marshall.
well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up us undoing. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. I couldn't just pull out.
I couldn't just pull it out.
I didn't even like pull out of the scenario.
I couldn't just pull out.
Really takes over a man.
The monkey instincts.
I couldn't just pull it out.
Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime.
Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake.
The bloody handprint on Gumshoe's locker.
I used to be known as the crime computer,
The crime computer.
but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it.
Thinking crime.
Then you put the body in my car.
I'm sorry. I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will.
Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all this?
Well, she had so much...
As
she
much.
had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out.
So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker.
I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have time to pick and choose what to take.
So, you left the jar fragments and the glove.
Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of the crimes than a committer.
No, you did pretty good. For what it counts, you did pretty good.
I did pretty good. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They did their jobs well, much to my dismay.
Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that.
Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court?
Me?
You despise criminals. I can feel it. You, and me, are the same.
Well, I've never killed anyone.
One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring him down once you try to go it alone. I'm not alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Orgy. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend.
I'm a murderer.
I'm sorry too, David Gant. I knew you as you used to be, long ago. You were once a fine investigator, and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Haji. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Wright here. And who are they? With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning.
There are two things I want you to understand. Yes. First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence until today. Whoa.
Sorry, I sneezed.
So,
Yeah, you certainly did.
it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
Sorry, Miss Sky. Gonna get you out of all your trouble. My. What high standards you have for a rookie. Can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, just might make it to the top. Bitch! Ain't nothing bigger than this. What are you talking about? I'm the ace attorney. Ain't no one better. Oh.
No one.
Aw. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Sky, to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. I'm still not paying, though. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. Yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. Really guided his hips, huh?
Yep.
There's that word again.
You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it! I only did my job.
In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us.
Except me. I'm perfect.
Except me, who's perfect. Miss Sky,
Yes, Your Honor.
you are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted in his accomplice.
As his accomplice.
As his accomplice. The trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes. I understand, Your Honor. That's an absolved girl right there. that's years of guilt just gone.
Yeah. She's been in hell for 2 years.
Yeah. She can hug her sister again.
Is there something amusing about all this? Why are you smiling?
Judge, are you stupid?
Yeah,
It's been a long time, Your Honor. Long time since I felt free of these heavy chains.
Every chain that does weigh me down.
Brings tear to Alex's eye.
Well, this trial has already gone on.
Has it?
Too long already.
God has it, dude. It was good.
I've had like 6 voices over the course of this trial.
Pages. Yeah, it's true. Sheesh.
It was a crazy ass long trial.
Regarding the charge of murder,
Like that could have been the end of the series. It was so grandiose and complex.
This court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky.
Yeah, I like how you somehow fell into talking like the Soul Calibur announcer for the judge.
That's wonderful.
It's great. Not guilty. Also, Emma, you didn't kill anyone.
Not
You may
guilty.
now fuck Apollo.
That is all. This court is adjourned.
Bailiff, bring in
What
the
is
dancing.
me?
Bring in the dancing lobsters. Fucking jeez. Holy cow. Take some medicine really quick. Want to know something crazy? It's not even the longest trial in the series. God.
Horrifying.
Horrifying.
You guys took you half of the time it took you to beat the whole
Dude.
game.
All 3 of these sessions have been like longer than 3 hours also. We usually do about 3 to 4 hours. 2 of them have been 5. This one's going to be about 4 and a
Also
half.
5.
4 and a half at this point. Yeah, we're at 422 currently. At long last, it's finally over. Oh, Emma. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for murder. For murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now after the trial ended. I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. You too, Edgeworth. But not you, Emma. Fuck you. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. She's a little jealous her sister didn't say anything to her. You know, I did my best too! But Lana didn't say a single word to me. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals!
Interloper.
Oh. Yes, I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe! What is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope. Not this time. I'm hungry. Let's go get food. Of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Come on, hug her. Hug her. Come on. Come on. Come on. Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. I don't even work there anymore. Well, I won't tell you. I won't tell if you won't. Edgeworth's Game's final investigation. Oh, really? Okay. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago. First time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Aunt to help me cover up the truth. You know, they could have called in Yuna Urkami to help out.
No shit.
I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now, I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. Stop looking at me, Nanako! Stop looking at me with your child eyes! This is killing my buzz! Nanako, you stupid child! Whatever the fuck he does. Okay. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis! You were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. I'm hiding what I believed. In hiding what I believed to be the truth. I was deceiving you. Sis. I'm such a fool. My sister! My sister! I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma. I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have.
Sister.
Oh, Emma,
Sorry for that one.
give me hug. Yay! No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it's from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Phoenix is now going to have another crisis where another young female sidekick's going to leave him.
Yes.
Mr. Wright? Mr. Gumshoe? But me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right? Edgeworth? Edgeworth! Stop hiding and come over here. Moves away
Hiding
from
behind
behind
the
the
plant.
plant. He's under the couch.
Out.
Where was he hiding?
Where's he hiding?
In the vent. He's wearing red. He's allowed in there.
Oh,
He was venting.
then
I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth! Right, well, I'll be going now.
Woo!
Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly. Not you. You've shown that today. It's too late for me. No! Edgy! No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes.
what?
Mr. Edgeworth! Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Camp was right.
You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me are the same.
I can fix him. I can fix Edgeworth.
One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring him down once you try to go it alone.
Yeah, apparently twice as long as this case in his own game, so yeah. I do despise criminals.
Damn,
I plan
Chief
to
Camp was
dedicate
right.
my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon.
I need a weapon.
I need a weapon.
Sir.
They're finishing this Big Mac.
A Apollo, finish your hot dog.
Or I'll do it for you. It's scary. But I've known that to be true for quite some time now. Sorry, the crisis won't be that Emma's gonna go away now. Edgeworth's going away to train in the mountain.
Yes.
But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? You have to be chief prosecutor now. Eamon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma. We're both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake.
Murder.
Getting caught!
Getting caught.
Getting caught!
And murder.
Getting cocked.
You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true. Think back to today's trial. You have all you need right there, right in front of you. Gazing longingly.
That's right, Detective Gumshoe.
Yeah! Woo! You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright, colluding, sort of. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright, show him what Lana's talking about. I don't remember. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find out on our own.
Yep. You both had one half of the evidence.
Oh my god. When we joined together.
Yeah.
Me, a criminal, you just doing your job. That's the picture I drew. A counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, I had the other.
This is fucking insane!
Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. Emma, you're our child now. Congratulations. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth. You'll excuse me. There are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now?
Yeah?
Well, whatever you do, just remember, I'm on top, bitch. You can't let what happened kill the prosecutor in you. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. Softly touches his chest. I know. One more time.
Yeah.
Seems I owe you my thanks too, Wright. Please, call me Phoenix. We've known each other that long.
Please, my father was Mr. Wright.
What I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Ow. Farewell.
See me in court,
Ace attorney.
bitch.
I should have said it. He should have said it. I better be going too. I am under arrest for corruption after all.
Anyway, I got a ticket to Mexico.
Okay. But I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Ooh! Another bug! Here.
Scientific investigation.
This is a little something for you. Scientific investigation? It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. Fades out of existence. Is sent to Brazil. And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. Feels good, man. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. Yo, Larry, what's up? Edgeworth was last. Edgeworth was last.
Of course he was.
I mean, that was literally the order of importance.
Yeah.
A journey to rediscover myself. To rise from the ashes? Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes.
Oh my
Believe
God.
me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here is the one who'll be footing the bill. Huh? Huh? What, you think
So
I can
stay.
afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? 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 Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go! Fuck y'all! Oh, it gets its own,
That's cool.
gets its own thing.
Time to sell that badge.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
yep.
time to sell that badge. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then, I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Nice. Yikes, I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalize you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. Just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily. This really did feel like its own game.
Oh yeah.
Back when DLC was good.
It's an
Isn't it-
expansion,
Yeah,
effectively.
it's effectively just a massive add-on, yeah. Oh, I'm so glad he's okay. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard.
Wow.
My partners keep an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them though. Someday I'm gonna make detective. Yes, sir. Then I can just be just like that Dick Gumshoe. Oh my God, he's got a fan. Wait, hold on. Why was the cactus bleeding?
Huh?
There was blood on the cactus. Maybe
There
it
was
was just
blood
cum.
on
Must have been cum.
Cactuses come. I just wouldn't know.
Just don't know.
There was blood on the cactus.
There was definitely blood on the cactus. No!
He's dead.
Rest in peace, Blue Badger. You won't be missed.
It really won't be.
God, like 8 people made this game. Hey, what is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with a steak lunch partner? They let you have a knife? Miss Star managed to sneak me this one. She's seeing one of the guards. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. You make sure Billy and the gang get their water?
Billy?
It's the cactus.
Oh. Well, it's getting blood, so...
Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu. The Right Way lunch! The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. Oh, I'll make sure not to eat you backwards.
Done, folks.
Yo, Ben Judd with the good naming.
Hero.
Yo, Brandon Gay! Let's go, Brandon Gay! Knows what's up. I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for, how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I better be... Huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go. Whoa, I've never seen the chair! These endings are weird, because it's like someone's looking for... like, what happened to the legend of Phoenix Wright? Like, hey, where is he? Can you tell me?
Yeah, I get you.
Maya! Ah, nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin. Upcoming. Well, see you around, Nick. Weird.
Weird.
I've dropped my phone 3 nights in a row.
Oh yeah, time for Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth. Oh no. Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you your tea. What's going on? Oh, interesting. Mikami wasn't the executive producer this time around. Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Way better than Brazil. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be all right. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Very cute.
Nice.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Very nice. Capcom.
Wait, where was Edgeworth?
Gone.
He's just gone.
I'll have to find himself. We did it.
We did
fucking beat Ace Attorney 1. I'm not gonna start it, but let me look real quick. That's it. Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney. Justice for all. Trials and tribulations. Oh, it even says, yeah, 2001, 2002, 2004. Okay. It was great. It was fucking awesome. Like
was
that
incredible.
Rise from the Ashes was a little long, but it certainly had the gravitas that you'd want out of that. And I think that trial, like Edgeworth was already good. That last trial with Edgeworth was perfect. I think that was like really, really brought the guys together, brought that dichotomy together, that rivalry, I should say,
Absolutely.
to get together in a way. You know, Dante and Virgil holding each of the Ebony and Ivory, pointing at whatever they do. I haven't played DMC3, but I know they do that. Which really that well, not that case in particular, but still, and you think about it, Phoenix and Edgeworth predate Dante and Virgil.
Yeah.
About the same time. About the same
Close.
time.
Really
Yeah.
close.
Yeah, I'd actually be curious how close, in fact, because they both came out in 2001. But Virgil's sort of in one,
Right.
but it's not until 3 until he's like really defined. Anyway, yeah, fucking stellar. And if it only gets better, well, I don't really know what to expect from 2. I know there's a clown. I've been told there's a clown.
Yeah. Two's fine.
If 2's just like solid cases and then like a good wrap up, that's all good.
Yeah, like I'll say, like the final case is not these last 2 cases.
Not these last 2. Yeah, that's fine.
Right. However, still pretty interesting.
Yeah, as long as it's like playable and not like outright just horrible, boring. But I do know I do remember always hearing, like, I would listen to the Best Friend podcast and whatnot. I remember they'd always talk about Ace Attorney because they were all familiar with it. I didn't exactly retain everything they said, but there was this like I remember it always being like, well, there's more bad cases than there are good, is kind of how they made it sound. Maybe it was specifically for like the later games, like the DS games and the 3DS games and whatnot, because that's what they would have been talking about. Particularly Matt, but I don't know. I like that structure. I like that format. It's got a great personality. It's got a great tone. All the characters look great. Like, nothing really bad I can say about it. Like, it was this really nice ride. Like, yeah, there were some frustrating things, of course, with like some leaps of faith you had to take, as well as a couple of moments here and there, but who cares? Like, that was just all about it was all about the ride. Because obviously you have to suspend so much of your disbelief when dealing with a game like this, because, you know, losses. But that's part of the fun. It's part of the fun, and like, nothing in the Ashes trial. The Ashes trial was just impressive more than anything with how complex it was.
Yeah.
And like, I really felt this nice imposing gravitas from the end there, right? Like,
absolutely.
Really playing the system in a way that you're like, oh man, they're actually addressing this. However, nothing's topping the fucking, oh my god, the metal detector.
Oh yeah, the
metal detector.
Cover shoulder is incredible.
Yeah, the bullet in the shoulder. That whole case. Though I'd say Rise from the Ashes is better overall than Turnabout Goodbyes, but I think Turnabout Goodbyes is really good. I think I like it. I think I like it a little bit more.
That being said, I do wholeheartedly believe that the third game is better than both of those.
Right. So I hear.
Yeah.
So I hear.
Like, yeah.
So I hear. And unfortunately, I won't say what. Don't confirm anything. I unfortunately have an inkling of some of that game. However, we all know the details are what matters here.
Yes.
The details are what matters. And you know what? I have it. I have a history of being spoiled on games only to find out it's so much better. There's so much more.
Oh, yeah.
Because I don't know if I've ever told this story on stream. I think I may have in one of my fucking million Persona 5 videos. Before Persona 5 came out, there's a particular scene after the 6th dungeon, the catch-up point, if you will, where I got spoiled on a particular shot of a character at a table, I'll say. And for months, I felt sick that I had gotten spoiled on that game. That, like, I was gonna play this whole fucking game just, like, waiting for this moment. But I kind of, like, coped with it, came to grips with it, and was like, well, you know what? It's really interesting based on what I see. I'm really curious what'll happen. And then there's that animated cutscene plays that after that, and I'll just say Ryuji says something. It zooms in on Ryuji's face and he says something, and I fucking threw my controller on the ground screaming. Fucking months of thinking it was a certain way, convinced a certain thing had happened, only for it to be just the pain gone in an instant, turned around into feeling of rapturous elation. I was beside myself with joy and relief at what happened then. So, who knows? Who knows?
I mean, hey, I've always been the type of person, and not as much anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But I used to like read the last page of a book when I picked it up, because I wanted to have something to look forward to. I guess
I kind of get what you're saying. There's definitely
get a confirmation of where this story's gonna go, and even though I had absolutely zero context for anything I was reading on the page there, by the end of it, I was just like, oh, I see, I get it now, and that kind of gave me this. It's very weird.
It depends on depends on the story.
It definitely gave me this kind of comfort, I guess.
Yeah, no, it's true. Time is an important thing, and people have this stress when reading stuff that's like, oh man, what if it's not worth it? What if it's not good? Well, I don't know yet. I need to know. It's kind of natural, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But I just lost my train of thought. There is something to be said about spoiler for the sake of intrigue. You can, that's what promotional material is for games, right? That's effectively spoilers that are trying to get you to buy something. And sometimes you need to tell someone oh yeah, by the way, this happens in this game, and you go, woo, I like that. Otaku, you had all of DR2 spoiled for you? That's pretty rough. Spoiler for me in the Danganronpa series. I actually never played 1 and 2. And I regret this deeply, because I think 2 would have been one of my favorite games of all time if I had actually played it properly. If I had actually played that series in order. But it's just one of those things that's oh yeah, that series I know about, let me just read up on it or whatever, and then you're
I started playing through 2, and I was just talking about the game as I played it, because you had had an interest in the series, and it was wait a minute, this is actually incredible.
Yeah, you had sent the first trial on from a YouTube clip or something, and I remember I was in the bathroom on my laptop at my apartment in Orlando, and I think I sat there for the 4 hours on the toilet watching this trial. I was so fucking enamored. And then I go over to your house the next week or something, and you're on the second
and
trial.
We're solving the case,
and I fucking figured out the thing about the weird murder weapon, and I was like, oh, I'm hooked. And instead of just fucking buying the game and playing it like I should have, which, hey, things cost money. Things do cost money. I kind of just looked everything up, then watched the final trial, and then just kind of had, Tommy. I also vicariously experienced it through Tommy, as friends will do.
Sure.
But I was
me with Ace Attorney.
Yeah. Well, you basically are experiencing it. You have been participating to a certain degree here.
Yeah.
You actually participated a lot, and I've enjoyed that. Because obviously you and me are the 2 blind ones in this playthrough. In this gay through.
Do not know anything.
Cards on the table. I was 80% of the way through Danganronpa 2 and spoiled myself by reading a dojin.
Oh.
The worst way for it to happen. But you can't even be mad?
A little bit.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
It was pretty funny. It was the
well, I don't know. Maybe don't spoil Danganronpa 2?
True. Fair enough.
Did we learn nothing?
No, we learned nothing.
We learned nothing. But yeah, when V3 came around, I was I'm obviously playing V3 day 1.
That was wonderful.
And it was fucking. I would hate to have had V3 spoiled for me. Holy fuck. Oh my god.
I might have killed someone.
Dude, because V3 its crux relies so much on the nuance that the game's delivering that it's like it would sound so awful and bitter to just hear like that ending summed up in a single sentence, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway. Man, when are they? When's Kodaka and yeah, what's his name? Ushikoshi?
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, the Zero Escape dude. When's that fucking game that they had announced coming out? All the other projects have come out,
I don't know.
including Akadama Drive, which you all should still watch. It's really good.
Yes.
It's incredible, actually. I fucking loved it. And it's also
like
animated
that.
incredibly well. It actually has a really, really strong style to it. And hey, you can look at the main girl the whole time and be like, oh, I love Ibuki from Danganronpa 2.
I do love Ibuki from Danganronpa 2.
You're the only one, apparently.
Really?
I don't know.
I think she's really fun. Like she's she's a nice energy.
V3 was the only one I played without spoilers because I watched the anime than the games, yeah. Did the Danganronpa 3 anime come out before V3? I think it did.
Yes, it did.
Yeah, it was like the end of 2016 it was airing, I think.
Yeah, because...
What a ride that was.
Yeah.
What a fucking train wreck of a good time.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I love it.
Alright. Well, good come down. Well, we got 3 minutes till it's exactly at 5. Until it's exactly at 5 hours. Any other thoughts? Any other feelings?
I'm
mean,
just interested to see how the second game goes, honestly.
yeah, I am
It's
too.
like-
Yeah, I am too. I'm honestly, I'm curious if hit the wrong button. I'm curious if Maya's gonna return in that game or not. If we're gonna get a different girl, because I could see that being the case. But like, I know we're obviously getting another prosecutor.
Yes.
We've all seen her on the Kiara. That's not exactly a huge spoiler. That's just like part of the premise of the game, right?
We've all seen Godot.
And we've all seen Godot for 3, right? Like,
We've seen him for years.
and every time you go, yes, he's the best, isn't he? And then people go, So,
I've been looking at Godot for 15 years.
hey, Godot's got a lot to live up to. But it sounds like if it's as good as this game, well, I'll say this: Edgeworth's really good. Edgeworth's fucking awesome. Like, Edgeworth's incredible, in fact. I think he's one of my favorite characters ever with how
He's
so
really
many
great.
different viewpoints and things they show him in. Like, you see him flustered, you see him bashful, tsundere, but then you have him on top of shit. You got him fucking pointing that finger and saying one-liners. Ah, man. Well, hopefully his sister can live up to it.
She's okay.
She's okay.
She's okay.
It's okay. I guess that doesn't surprise me. So, I'm sure she's got some merit. And they're hot off the heels of this game. I'm sure there's definitely some good stuff in there. Plus clowns.
Yes.
Clowns. Excellent. Well, I'll probably take a break for a day. And then I know, Tommy, you're going out of town soon. So,
Yeah, but again, I don't necessarily mind missing
2.
some of the second game.
Yeah. Alright. Well, there's another game I've been thinking about playing, but I gotta get it from Brad first. We'll see, though. We'll see. Alright, I'm gonna try and end this at exactly 5 hours, so thanks for watching, everyone. It's been fun.